Hello and welcome to Onaway, Alberta. This is a farming community. For those of you who are joining us online, we deliberately chose this venue because we're talking about land rights and we want farmers to hear about land rights. As you're going to discover, things are happening that you're completely unaware of, involving land rights, involving our freedoms, involving ownership. And many of it will be shocking. You know, on the way driving out here, I was thinking, like, is anyone going to believe what the truth is? And yet, you know, you can go online, you can go to the World Health Organization and verify what I'm saying. City of Edmonton used to publish. You can use the Wayback Machine and see how they used to publish about 15-minute cities. And that these are like on international organizations and cities and provinces. It's not hidden, but you're not told about it. So it really is hidden. This is going to be, we're in the process of an attempted complete social change and overthrow of the Canada that we thought we had, where the government is completely adversarial to the way of life that we believed we would be passing on to our children and our grandchildren. And nobody knows about it. So here we are in Onaway, Alberta, with a panel that I've been excited about all week. Where do you get to hear Bruce Pardy and Leighton Gray in person speaking about land issues? It's absolutely fantastic. I'm honored to have them here. I get to introduce them, but we're going to be educating you about land ownership and land rights, and challenging what you believe to be true. And just understand that every population, every country, every polity has to have what are called political myths. So we're fed a belief system so that we can all function in predictable ways. And political myths aren't meant to be negative things. They actually enable us to all get along and know what to anticipate and how to structure our affairs. But then we're given different political myths when things need to be changed. And so the world you believed you lived in, first of all, it never existed. It was a political myth that was there to enable us to function, and we were in a nation building phase. They wanted us to build a nation, and those political myths served the building of a nation, but they're not real and they're not true. They're political myths, and you need to understand that. And other political myths are being imposed on us to enable us to basically get rid of property rights, to get rid of the small farmers, And you need to understand what they are, and just understand that they are political myths, they are belief systems being imposed on you, and you don't have to accept them. I mean, the real problem is Canadians, oh, well, we obey. Like, that's the real problem. Oh, well, no, those are the rules. Well, I'm going to, all three of us are going to be explaining, they may not use the word constitutional crisis, but I'm now publicly saying we're in a full-blown constitutional crisis. And many of our legal principles, they're not true. And the fact that, a very small group of unelected judges over a period of years could be painting us into a box that will completely destroy this nation and way of life, we can just say, no, actually, we're not going to stay in that box. We're going to collectively just say we're in 2026. We're all together. There's 40 million of us here. How do we pursue the destiny that is set out before Canada, where we are a nation of refuge, where we are a land of freedom, where we experience absolute redemption to bless the rest of the world? That's what's before us. We don't have to say, oh, we're victims, and yeah, we can lose our land, we can lose our freedoms, we can lose our way of lives. We can basically pass on to our children a totalitarian hell. We could actually just say, no, actually, that's not how we're going to play this game. And so hopefully this will be the first part. We have to open our minds. So I ask everyone to have an open mind and just accept that maybe the world you were taught that existed, that you believed existed, that you expected, maybe is not completely true and correct. Now I have the honor, we're going to basically have Bruce and Leighton and myself kind of rotate and share a little bit, and then rotate again and share a little bit, and then have a question and answer panel, and then take some questions from the audience. But I have the honor of introducing these two guys, and I will caution Leighton. Teresa, had asked you to send your bio, and I never got it, so I just completely made it up, and it's going to be wonderful. And no, I'm familiar with you, and I will honor you, but I'm just letting you know I didn't get your bio. But we'll start with Bruce Pardy. So Bruce Pardy has flown in from Ontario for this event, and also Leighton Gray. It's a good 5-6 hour drive, and he is a travel warrior. Like, he's invited to come to events like this, and he just says yes because he wants to share. And Bruce, he loses 2 days of travel and says yes. So I want you to know that these gentlemen sacrifice. They're not getting paid for this. They sacrifice their time. They sacrifice now their Saturday to share with you. And they're sacrificing that because they actually understand that the message has to get out, that what they're sharing is of fundamental importance to the entire nation. And so I would invite you to share this. So it's going to be posted online. We will rebroadcast it again. But we need you to share. We need you to tell people. And I think Teresa will get onto that. But let me just introduce the two gentlemen that I'm just honored to be working with today. So Bruce Pardy, he is a professor of law at Queen's University. He is the executive director of the Rights Probe, which is a law and liberty think tank and a division of the Energy Probe Foundation, which is one of Canada's leading free market public policy research organizations. He has been a law professor for 33 years in New Zealand, in the United States, and in Canada. He practiced civil litigation in Toronto. Was an adjudicator and mediator on the Ontario Environmental Review Tribunal. He is a senior fellow at the Fraser Institute and the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. He has been a tireless voice, almost like a John the Baptist out in the wilderness, basically trying to speak truth and get attention to things. And I'm just proud and honored to be working with him today. Leighton Gray, it's funny, like all three of us have practiced law for about the same period of time, 32, 33 years. So Leighton Gray has been practicing law for 32 years. He also has a business administration degree in addition to his law degree, and he has a PhD in philosophy. And for those of you who watch Leighton's podcast, Gray Matter, which is just an absolutely fantastic podcast, and for those of you who listen to Leighton lecture, you can see that PhD in philosophy. And it's actually so important because we're manipulated and we structure our affairs based on legal philosophical principles. So unless we actually take a step back and look at those legal philosophical principles, we're going to be trapped because some of them are false and need to be changed. And Leighton is one of the leading lights in kind of having us look at our legal philosophical principles. He just has an incredible mind, a prolific writer and lecturer. He's also a qualified mediator and arbitrator. He was appointed King's Counsel, I believe the youngest King Counsel appointed in the province of Alberta. He's got a whole bunch of accolades. I'm just going to mention some. In 2013, he was given the Stars of Alberta Volunteer Award. In 2015, the Legal Aid Society Access to Justice Award. In 2019, the Alberta Civil Trial Lawyers Association Gary G. Biggs Justice and Humanitarian Award. And most lawyers don't get a single award, and I'm just outlining some of them. And then he has been named as one of the top 50 lawyers in Canada. Now, just to dispel the rumors, I don't think it's true that his mother chaired the selection committee. But no, I know it was a total joke, right? No, I mean, isn't that crazy? So we've got Leighton Gray, who's been named as one of the top 50 lawyers in Canada. And the reason is he's just been tirelessly out there, case after case after case, and taking cases that other lawyers wouldn't take. And that's an important thing to mention. There's a lot of busy lawyers out there, but with the COVID experience and the like, and regardless of where you fall on the COVID conversation, the reality is there were very few lawyers that were willing to go to court, willing to go to tribunals, and speak about fundamental legal philosophical principles that were being challenged at that experience. And those, we need lawyers to raise those to protect all of us. So those are the two gentlemen I get the honor to working with today. My name's Sean Buckley. I have a much smaller CV. I've been practicing law working on my 33rd year and focused on constitutional law. And was a very high volume trial lawyer. I probably run about 1,500 trials. And now I'm trying to raise freedom issues and constitutional issues. When I get to speak, you'll learn that we are in a total constitutional crisis. And we actually need each one. We've gone from the point where you can just listen to things, and we've left the point where you can go, oh, well, others will take care of this. And I mean, here I'm at an event, and we've got Bruce Party and Leighton Gray and Mr. Buckley speaking about things, but our efforts are totally meaningless unless you actually start getting involved. And here's where it gets really fun and again, it doesn't matter where you were on the COVID conversation, as many of us felt really challenged and afraid by what, I call the COVID experience. I mean, I remember here, I'm a constitutional lawyer, and again, it doesn't matter whether you supported or didn't support what was going on, I really saw state overreach, in my opinion, to the point where I'm believing I'm seeing a police state being imposed, and I still have that belief, and I couldn't believe what was happening, and I have to say I was very afraid. I was very afraid. After the COVID experience, especially in the province of Alberta, I used to ask the question, you'd be a typical audience, and I would say, okay, during the darkest time of COVID, did you honestly believe that the army would be used to go door to door, dragging unvaccinated people out of their homes and vaccinating them? And in the province of Alberta, when I would ask that question, after the COVID experience, well over half of the hands would go up, which means that well over half of the people that, at least I was interacting with at events, believed that the army would actually be going door to door and administrating involuntary medical interventions on people, which is pretty significant. And the level of fear was very high. And I was very afraid until the truckers, well, I never stopped being afraid, but when the truckers rolled, I thought, okay, there's people standing up, so I have to do whatever I can. I love this country. I want it to pursue its destiny, which it's not. And I've come to understand that actually we're all, like, if we all stand up, we can make this the freest, most prosperous nation on earth. What nation, like, you hear about Dubai having all this money. Well, wait a second, we've got more oil than them. We've got minerals. We've got fresh water. We've got timber. We've got agriculture. We've got a society that believes in freedom, which is necessary for prosperity. And we're educated. How can it be that we're in debt? How can it, Canada should be so rich that, grade 6 students should be coming home and asking their parents, the teacher was talking about something called poverty. Like, none of us could understand. What is she talking about? That should be Canada. And yet, we're really the laughingstock of the world. Like, I've heard person after person after person internationally that I'm talking to privately, and it's like, oh my gosh, you poor guys in Canada. Well, that's not our destiny. And every single one of us is here right now for a reason. So like we can't be afraid anymore because you are designed specifically to be here at this time to do what God set out for you to do. It's called a destiny. The Bible tells us that he actually wrote a book about you and before time began. And so if you think you're afraid, you think you can't do this, you're forgetting who you are. And you are the person that was specifically designed to be here at this time and face what you're facing. So, with that knowledge, I'm going to invite our first speaker, Bruce Party, up. And Bruce, welcome to This Is Our Land Forum. And as my wife Teresa would say, buckle up your seatbelts and grab the popcorn.
Thank you, Sean. It's an honor to be here. I want to set things up a little bit. I want to talk to you about 5 concepts or principles about property. Some of this is the kind of stuff that first-year law students get in their first year at law school in their property course. But I want to set things up so that the information and the stories that Leighton and Sean are going to tell you make sense in the context of the way our property law works, or the way it does not work. Let me start with this. Your property is an extension of your liberty. If you don't have property, then you don't have much. Imagine this. A monkey has a banana, holding it in his hands. That monkey needs to eat that banana as fast as he can. Why? Well, because if he doesn't, some bigger monkey is going to take it away. The monkey has a banana, but he does not have property. If he had property, he could take his time. First principle, property is a right. It is not a thing. Now, People think of property as though it is a thing. And that's understandable. That's the way we speak. That's the way I speak too. You say, I bought a property down by the river. Okay. People know what you mean. Or the car is my property. Sure, fine. But that's not actually the case. If we're going to be precise, let's try this. Your property are the legal rights you hold with respect to the thing. It is not the thing itself. So, if that's the case, then what is a right? Sometimes people think that the fact that they have property means that they can do things with the thing or the land. You own a piece of land. It's common to think, well, because I am the owner of the land, I am the one that can enter onto the land. I am the one that can go inside the house. And practically speaking, that makes a lot of sense, but it's not actually the case. It's actually the reverse. Let's try this. Let's say that nobody owns your land. There is no title to it. It's not you. It's not anybody else. Question. If nobody owns your land, then who can enter onto the land? And the answer, of course, is everybody can. So the fact that you have title to your land means not that you can go on, but that you can go on. The effect of your property rights in your land is to control and limit the actions of other people. Your property rights are about other people. Your property rights mean that other people cannot trespass. Your property rights mean that other people cannot take your car, and so on, and so on, and so forth. Rights are the ability to limit the actions of other people with the help of a court. That's what they are. And if you go to a court and you ask for someone's actions to be stopped, like your claim that somebody is trespassing on your lawn, and the court says, well, no, actually not in this case, well then, the court's answer means that you do not actually have the right that you claimed. So, sometimes we think of property as a thing that you own. That is, if you have property, therefore you are the owner. That is often true, of course. If you have a house or a farm or a ranch and you're on the title, then you are the owner. Fine. But, of course, there are all different kinds of property rights in a thing. And many different people can hold different rights in the same thing or the same land at the same time. You may have a credit card on you. Here's mine. If you look on the back of the credit card, it may say something like this. This card is the property of the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. It's my card. It has my name on it. But it's not. The bank owns the card. So if someone were to take the card from me and I were to object and say, that's my card, that person might respond, well, actually, no, it's not. I read the card. The bank owns the card, and therefore your claim is no better than mine. Of course, that's not so. How can it not be so if it is the bank that owns the card? And the answer is because I may not be the owner, but I have a kind of property right in the card. I have the right of possession. I have a better right and claim to possession than the person who stole my card. And I would get the card back, assuming the law was applied in the correct way. And another example. Let's say you own a house and you rent it out. The person to whom you rent, your tenant, takes the keys and starts to live in the house. You are still the owner. But let's say that you drive past your house one day where the tenant lives, and your neighbor has parked their car in your driveway. And you think to yourself, I don't want the neighbor parking their car in my driveway. I've got to get it off. So you bring an action. You might not go so far as to bring an action, but let's say that you do. You get a lawyer, you bring an action, you say, my neighbor's parking their car on my property. Problem is this. You are the owner, but you have a tenant. There is a lease, and the lease has transferred a kind of property in the house. What is that transfer? You have transferred possession and occupation of the house. It is now your tenant with the right to exclude from that property your neighbor, and for that matter, you. You are still the owner, but the right to exclude at this moment rests with the tenant. Okay? So you can have multiple kinds of property interest in the same thing. Do not think of ownership as equivalent to property. The bank, of course, owns a property interest, holds a property interest in your land if you have given them a mortgage, a security interest. It doesn't mean they have possession. It doesn't mean they can sell the land. It is a kind of property interest. Number 4. Property rights are said to be in rem. Not always, there are some exceptions, but for the most part, they are in rem, meaning applicable against all the world. If you have both ownership and title, possession and occupation of a piece of land, you have the right to exclude. You hold all the property rights and entitlements in that property at this moment. Those rights apply against everybody. But if you have a contract with someone, those rights are what they call in personam, meaning they apply against the person with whom you have the contract. Here's an example. Let's say you go to buy a bike. You find a bike you like, it's a used bike, and the person that has the bike who's willing to sell it to you, the two of you agree upon a price. Let's say it's $400. And you together agree that next Thursday, you're going to come back and pay the $400, and you're going to get the bike. And you make it a contract. It's a binding contract today. So you're very happy about that, and you go away and wait until next Thursday. In the meantime, the person with the bike sells the bike to somebody else who comes in and says, I'll pay you $500 for that bike. They agree on it on the spot. The $500 is exchanged. The bike is taken away, and away it goes. And next Thursday, you go to pay your $400 to pick up the bike, and you're told, I'm sorry, the bike has been sold to somebody else. And you say, but I have a contract. And you do. But that does not get you the bike. Let's say you track down the person who bought it. And you say, I have a contract for the sale of that bike is mine, hand it over. They will say this, or they should. You may have a contract with the guy who had the bike, but that contract is good between you and him. I bought the bike is mine, I have the property interest, your contract does not bind me, please go away. And that is a good answer. So if you want your rights to apply against all the world, you want to have property. Contracts are good, but they only apply as of the people with whom you are contracting. And here's what I'm working my way towards. Here is the bitter truth about the way the law works in this country with respect to property. The state can take away, limit, encroach, curb your property rights in any way it wants, as long as it does it in the correct way. Now, how can this be? Because the whole idea of property, as I started off with, is that your property is part of your liberty. If you are a free person, then you are free to own things, and you are free to exclude others from that property. And those others should, of course, include the state. If somebody from the government comes up to your front door and demands to be let inside, have the property rights to say no, and please get off my land. The problem is that there are becoming more and more exceptions to this idea that property is an encapsulation or a reflection of your liberty, and you have the power to tell the state to go away. I want to tell you two stories that will describe, maybe in part, how we got to this place where the state can take away your property in any way they want. Here's the first one. The first one is a little bit of history, just to give you context. Oh, that's a different view. I challenge anybody to be able to read that. It's a slide. Well, there we go. That's not quite the thing. Anyway, I skipped some. There we go. This is the story I want to tell you. In 1066 in England, this is, of course, a long time ago, 1066, a fellow named William the Conqueror, who was a Norman, came to England with his armies and defeated the Saxons and established over time a feudal society. And one of the main features of a feudal society is the system of land holding. Now, this is an oversimplified version, but it basically looks like a pyramid. The pyramid looks like this. At the top is the king, and the king holds all the territory. And if you are the king and you want to maintain your control over the land and the people, then this is one of the ways to do it. What you do is you take this territory over which you have control, and you don't give it away. you say, I am going to give you, a certain small number of people, the right to use this vast tract of land. Let's say you divided it into these huge tracts of land, and to a very small number of people that you can control. And then those people in the second layer of this pyramid do the same thing. They take their own tract and they say, all right, all you other people, you can have this bit and this bit and this bit and this bit. And in exchange, all of the levels below owe the level above something. So this first level, these lords or barons, as you might like to call them, owe the king sometimes money, sometimes military service, sometimes food. There are all kinds of things that the level below owes the level above. So king to lords or barons, to knights, to finally the people who are actually working the land at the bottom, the serfs. Okay? Pay up, pay up, pay up, and finally to the top. None of these people in the pyramid, none of them in the pyramid actually purely own the land. It is all held by the king. Here's what's happened over time. The middle layers of this pyramid have disappeared. But the structure still remains. What you end up with is this. This is what we have today. The crown, in right of either the province or the country, holds all the land. And everybody who owns land, you probably own your land in fee simple. Fee simple is an estate. It's an estate in land. It is not the land itself. You own as of the crown. Now, all of these particular service and supply requirements have disappeared, except the idea. And the idea still remains, which is, oh, you will pay property taxes. Well, because you're paying it to the level above you, and the level above you is the crown. So that's the historical context that makes the way our land holding now make a little bit of sense, but perhaps even more importantly, here is the strict legal story about why it is the state today can take and curb, limit, encroach upon your property rights in any way they want. It goes like this. If I can go back to my legal pyramid. Sure thing. That's good. Let's go one more. Let's go there. I'm not going to worry about that. That's what I want. Here is a very simple representation of our legal system. This is the hierarchy of laws. At the top, as you probably know, is our Constitution, the supreme law of the country. In the middle are the laws created, enacted by legislatures, the statutes, along with the regulations that accompany them. And at the bottom is this thing called the common law. The common law built over a long period of time by courts. Laws of contract and property and torts and so on. Each level is superior and overrides the level below it. If the Constitution says it cannot be done, then the statute cannot require it. And if a statute says that the common law is changed, then the common law is changed. Constitution first, then statutes and regulations, and then the common law. Here's the thing, as you may know. In our Constitution, there are no rights to property. There is no property right. Not in the Charter, not in the BNA Act, not there. What does this mean? This means that legislatures, whether in the province or in Ottawa, Parliament, can legislate anything they want with respect to property. And occasionally they do. My next slide should be, well, let's just see if I can find the right one here. Yeah, not yet. Not sure why that's so small. Anyway, here's a bit of context for this missing property right. I have to say I am no fan of Pierre Trudeau, but the missing property right in our charter is actually not his doing. He wrote a draft of what eventually became the Charter of Rights. And his original draft included property. But in the years between that and when the 1982 Constitution was enacted, including the Charter, that property guaranteed was taken out. And it was taken out at the behest of both the federal NDP party and a handful of the provinces, including Prince Edward Island, Saskatchewan, Quebec, and Alberta. Now, why did these provincial leaders not want property rights in the Constitution? Well, for various different reasons. Partly because they thought having a property right in the Constitution might interfere with their ability to do various kinds of things, like nationalize, or I guess properly said, provincialize certain industries, to expropriate property for provincial projects. And they were also concerned, in Alberta's case, with federal interference in provincial jurisdiction. But for whatever reason, it has been left out. And therefore, if you have a legislature determined to expropriate your property or to create requirements, regulations, licensing, inspections, they have the power to do that. We have expropriation statutes across the country in every province. And those statutes say the following thing. The provincial government has the power of eminent domain. Eminent domain means they are able to take title to your property away from you for the purpose of, say, a highway or a pipeline, and pay you market value in compensation. Now, that sounds not great, but it's not so bad because you get compensated. But that is because that's what the statute says. If they changed their minds, they could change the statute. They could change the statute in theory. They haven't gone quite this far yet. But they could decide if they wanted to change the statute to say, we're taking the title to your land and we're not going to pay you compensation. Now, that would be a very politically dangerous thing to do, but the point is, it would be a political restraint and not a legal one. Legally, no problem. I'm looking for a quote now. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. There we go. I just picked this out as an example. This is from a case a long time ago, but it encapsulates the idea. The legislature within its jurisdiction, that means either provincial or federal, and by the way, it is primarily property. The subject of property in the law is primarily a provincial responsibility, provincial jurisdiction. Most of the interferences with your property are provincial, not federal. The legislature within its jurisdiction can do everything that is not naturally impossible and is restrained by no rule, human or divine. If the plaintiff had rights, the legislature had the power to take them away. The prohibition, "Thou shalt not steal," has no legal force upon the sovereign body. They can do anything they want. And here are the kinds of things they are doing. I'm just going to give you a taste. You're probably familiar with some of these. Leighton and Sean are going to tell you stories that will get progressively worse. But let's just take a sample. Let me go back to that one. Here is Bill 22 of Alberta, which has now been introduced, not yet passed. This has been introduced by your own UCP government this spring. This is the statute that's going to amend the Animal Protection Act. That statute provides for the power of the government to send inspectors to any land, to enter onto any land where animals are kept, for no reason other than to inspect. Do not need a warrant, do not need reasonable or probable grounds. They can do it as of right because that's what the law says. Okay? Your land and your right to exclude from your land does not work in that circumstance. This is just one of a whole lot of examples where the government has legislated its own power to enter onto property to do whatever it thinks is needed. Second example. If I can get to that National Post headline. You may have heard this story. This is a family in Ontario. They bought a vacant lot upon which they wanted to build a house. The excavations were beginning. I think they were tearing down the garage. They found human remains. And being good citizens, they reported having found human remains. They turned out to be very old, probably an Indigenous site of some kind. The Ontario government has enacted legislation and regulations that require not only the construction to stop, but for essentially an archaeological dig to be performed at the expense of the owner of the property. It is obligatory. And in this case, it is estimated going to cost them more than $1 million. There is an equivalent provision in Alberta, just so you know. And there it is. That's the equivalent provision in Alberta. And maybe I'll end with this one. This is one of my favorite examples of the kinds of encroachments that are happening in Canada that Canadians are just sort of accepting. This is the empty home tax in place in Vancouver. There's also one in Toronto. This is the calculation of an empty home tax on a very ordinary family home in Vancouver. That home is worth about $1 million. The annual empty home tax, meaning you bought a house, you own the house, you're paying the mortgage, you're paying the property taxes, it's yours. If you decide not to be in your house for a certain number of days of the year, Vancouver and Toronto have decided they're going to penalize you for that decision that you have made about your land. And this is the Vancouver bill on a very ordinary $1 million house, $35,000 a year for not being there. This is the kind of era we've entered into. What is happening? Here's what's happening. We have entered into an era where governments no longer believe that your property and your lives are yours. They believe that their job is to manage things, to manage property, to manage commerce, to manage beliefs, to manage speech, to manage the decisions that you are making. And if you decide that you don't want to be in your house for a certain period of time, 6 months of the year, then they don't approve of that, and they're going to try and manage you differently and penalize you for that mistake. I saw a report recently, I think done by the Ontario government, that was taking, quote, an inventory of how many bedrooms, empty bedrooms there were in the province. Okay, get this. They think that the empty bedrooms that exist in the province is their inventory for them to decide what shall be done with them. It's a managerial state. And finally, I'll leave you with this. Here are just some, not even an exclusive list, some of the kinds of incursions that governments today in this country are placing upon the use of property. Now you'll note that expropriation is the very first one. And expropriation is the most extreme. It's an actual taking of title to your land. But in many cases, you might be better off if they actually did take your land, because at least according to the statute that presently exists, you would at least get compensation for the taking. All the rest of them are incursions upon your property that you do not get compensated for. Regulations and taxes and quotas and inspections and, well, the list goes on. As I say, that is not an exhaustive list. Okay, so that is the context. We have now entered into a situation where, rather than your property, your land, your home being your castle, it is now considered to be a thing that you must use in a way that is consistent with your government's view of the common good. And the whole reason to have property rights in the first place is to enable you to push back against that notion. I'll leave it there and hand it over to Leighton. Thank you very much. I'll just let that.
Thanks, Bruce. Isn't he great? I think if we had more law professors like Bruce Party, we'd have a very different Canada. In fact, especially a very different set of lawyers in our country. I was actually a little bit relieved that when Bruce was referring to big monkeys, he didn't point to me. My father-in-law, Jack, who's here at the back of the room, his favorite nickname for me is Gorilla. I'm very grateful for the introduction that my good friend Sean gave me. One thing I don't think he mentioned, though, that's very relevant to the topic I'm going to be presenting today, first of all, is that I have a card here. Bruce had a card, a credit card. I have one that might be more valuable. This is my Indian card. Yeah. Educated Indian, look out. So, and actually, if you're interested, Sean mentioned my podcast. I just published something on there for Father's Day that went into my history, of the Indigenous side of my family. If you want to check that out, but here's just the highlight, just so you know, I have some chops to talk about the subject I'm going to be getting into. So I trace my Indigenous heritage back to the generations of the Grey Eyes clan. This is a proud Nakota Assiniboine family from Carry the Kettle First Nation. This is part of Treaty Number 4 in Saskatchewan. And I'm told that actually some of my ancestors were at Little Bighorn when Custer made his famous last stand. My great-grandfather was chief. My great-uncle was also chief. In fact, my great-grandfather, not to boast, was actually a decorated World War I hero. He was a sapper. He was famously court-martialed, actually, for stopping during a march back from the front in Belgium because a Frenchwoman was having a baby in a ditch. And my great-grandfather and another fellow who was there, who also happened to be Indigenous, they were buddies, they stayed and helped her deliver the baby. So he was court-martialed, exonerated, and then he got an award for doing that later on. So it was an all's well that ends well story. He also was one of the first Indians in Canada to earn a bachelor's degree, which was something extraordinary if you think back to before 1920. Allegedly, he was an outstanding athlete, also would have qualified to go to the Olympics, but couldn't at that time. It goes on. My grandmother, who died in 2018 at the age of 98, well, she would have said she was not yet 25 because she was born on a leap year. But she and her sister spent most of their childhood at Indian Residential School, Brandon Residential School, which is one of the ones that I guess is more notorious now for abuse. Interesting thing is my grandmother doesn't remember any of that abuse going on. In fact, she said that she was very grateful for her time at residential school. She was trained to be a nurse. She worked in a veterans hospital afterwards and ended up meeting my grandfather. My father, my late father, Len, was very involved in, he was a former gang member, actually. It's a good story. My dad stole a car as a teenager, and someone else's car, Bruce, as Bruce was telling. In those days, we respected property rights, I guess. And he went to a place called Reform School, which they don't have anymore. And he was recruited into gangs, Indigenous gangs. And maybe many people don't realize this, but Indigenous gangs are very active in this country. And they're committing a lot of crime, everything from drugs to violence, robberies, human trafficking. And anyway, my dad he started something called Spirit Keeper Youth Society, or SKYS. And the goal of that operated sort of between the 2010s to about 2020. And what my father did is he started this organization. He would transition young people who were in gangs out, which, if you understand this world, is a very dangerous thing, okay? So there it is. And then you come down to me. And I've been very involved in representing Indigenous peoples in my work. I was actually at the table with former Supreme Court Justice Frank Iacobucci when the settlement deal was struck and the big Indian residential schools class action was settled. And I represented hundreds of people in that process. So that's my history, a bit of my background. And why have I told you that? Well, because now I'm going to talk to you about something that I call Aboriginal entitlement. And Bruce gave a great explanation about property rights and how property rights in Canada are being eroded and in some cases destroyed by our legislatures. Meanwhile, our courts are unappointed elites who are being selected by the executive branch of our government very carefully. They're busy creating new property rights for people who have cards like mine. So this is a shorter version of a piece, if you're interested, that's on my show, Gray Matter, shameless plug. And if you want to hear the whole thing, it's all there in audio or video version. So if you can't stand to look at this face, you can just listen to it. You know, the voice might grate on you, but it's not as bad. Well, so we start with this proposition, which I think is the truth because it's in a book that is the truth, and that is Psalm 24, verse 1. Anybody know this one? It says, "The earth is the Lord's and everything in it, the world and all who live in it." So that's who the earth belongs to. At least many of us believe that. But I want to talk to you tonight and speak plainly about an issue that many Canadians are only beginning to understand. And that is the relationship between Aboriginal title, private property that Bruce talked about, and the future of reconciliation in this country. And these things are being tied together in a very, I think, nefarious way. So this is not, some of the stuff I'm going to talk about is going to sound like legalese, but this is not an abstract legal debate I'm talking about. It goes to the heart of what ordinary Canadians like you and I believe we own and what governments are prepared to defend, and whether courts can reshape property rights without the public fully understanding what is at stake. So my purpose is to walk you through 3 points. First one is how Canadian law arrived at the present moment, and Bruce did a good job of setting me up for that. Thank you, Bruce. Second, why a decision called the Cowichan decision in British Columbia matters so much. And thirdly, why land acknowledgements, as they are now commonly used, are not mere harmless ceremonial language, but part of a broader political and legal narrative that we must all absolutely, unequivocally, unapologetically reject. So part one is how we got here. Okay, so to understand the present controversy, we have to begin with the legal foundations of property in Canada. In the main settler states founded by Britain, which would be the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the courts have generally said that the Crown acquired the underlying title to lands occupied by Indigenous peoples. That's what Bruce talked about the Crown owning the land. But the source and meaning of that underlying title has never been entirely clear, especially in Canada. In the United States, Chief Justice Marshall's had a famous decision in a case called Johnson versus McIntosh and Worcester. There won't be a quiz later, folks. You don't have to write this down. But the court wrestled with the so-called doctrine of discovery, sovereignty, and Indian title. In Canada, the Supreme Court has taken a different route. It's largely assumed that the common law doctrine of tenure came with British sovereignty and that the Crown therefore held underlying title to all the land, as Bruce has explained. Now, this point really matters because underlying title is not the same thing as an unlimited power of government. It is a property interest. And in the common law tradition, property rights are not supposed to be taken away by executive discretion. They can only be interfered with by clear law enacted by a legislature with constitutional authority. That's a serious problem too, but it's not the one I'm dealing with right now. So the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed important parts of this framework in a case called Delgamuckw from 1997. Say that 3 times really fast. But British Columbia, the BC government argued that its underlying title allowed it to grant fee simple title to private owners in a way that effectively displaced Aboriginal title. So they were trying to assert this age-old doctrine that the Crown owns all the land. But, sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty here. So then what happened is the court rejected that view, and they said that the underlying title did not give the province a freestanding jurisdiction to extinguish Aboriginal title. Then in a case called Haida Nation versus BC, the Supreme Court said that provinces have a duty to consult where proposed government action may adversely affect asserted Aboriginal title. So again, the principle was clear provincial ownership of underlying title, that it does not by itself authorize infringement of Aboriginal title. So the court is creating this new thing out of the ether, this thing called Aboriginal title. You didn't vote for it. I didn't vote for it. My great-grandfather wouldn't have understood what it was. But the Supreme Court is creating these property rights, this new property right. And later, both in Delgamuukw and then later another case called Silcot Nation, the court also developed a broader conception of Aboriginal title. And this is really key. They said it's not merely a right to use land for traditional purposes, but a right to the land itself, including beneficial interests in resources. So you see they're expanding this concept of Aboriginal title. And this is a key turning point because once Aboriginal title is characterized as a full beneficial interest in land, the question becomes unavoidable. What happens when that title is declared over land already held in fee simple by private property owners? Enter Cowichan. Why does the Cowichan case matter? I know Sean has written about this, and maybe he's going to talk to you about this too. But for me, this brings us to this case, this Cowichan case, and Justice Young's decision in August of last year caught many Canadians by surprise. And not because the legal issues were minor or insignificant, but because they're enormous. The case involved years of litigation, an exceptionally long trial, and claims that, if accepted, would have serious consequences for private property in British Columbia and indeed all of Canada. And in fact, arguably the entire Western world. One striking feature of this case is that the affected private property owners were not formally notified in a way that allowed them to defend their own interests. Stop there for a second. Imagine, this is a case that went on, a trial that went on for about 8 years. You're a property owner. Potentially, your land is going to be impacted by this decision. Do you think you had a right to know that the case was going on? Nodding in the affirmative. Yes. And in fact, one of the principles of fundamental justice, that is the procedure by which our law is governed, is that if you have a property right that's impacted in this way, if you have a legal right that's going to be impacted, you have the right to notice. You're entitled to be given notice. Well, why are you given notice? So that you can come before the court and present evidence, present facts, present law, defending your interests. Well, that was denied to all of these property owners, these private property owners. Question is, well, why? Well, the remarkable fact here is that the fee simple title is supposed to represent the strongest form of private ownership in Canadian law, right? And it has been for a long time. Aboriginal title is also described by the courts as exclusive and beneficial. But if both are said to exist over the same land, we're left with a practical contradiction. Do you see what I'm saying? So two exclusive interests cannot comfortably occupy the same space at the same time. A second reason the case did not attract public attention is that when requested to formally notify affected private property owners in the Richmond, BC area, the court actually declined to do so. Can you believe that? So lawyers actually came before the court and said, hey, we should really let these property owners know what's going on. And the court said, no, we can't do that. Had these private property owners been notified of the claims, and imagine you're one of them, if they had been informed of these claims being advanced by the Cowichan plaintiffs, the case would have garnered immediate, extensive media coverage. You see why the court didn't want to do it. And this is because Aboriginal title claims against private property are a flashpoint issue. And so news coverage of the decision was essentially very, very little. We didn't find out actually until the decision was released what was really going on. So the question here is not merely theoretical. Here's the question. Can the owner sell? Will the banks renew mortgages? What happens to future development? Who bears the cost of reconciliation if private property is impaired? Well, these aren't academic questions. They're household questions, especially to these Richmond property owners. And listen, if you've been to Richmond, this is not swampland. This is some of the choicest real estate in our entire country. It's beautiful out there. And so here, it's important to understand this is not just a BC problem because of the way it's unfolding. This decision is based upon interpretation of cases out of our Supreme Court of Canada, which apply all across Canada. So obviously, since the court refused to notify them, they were unaware that their fee simple titles would be seriously impaired by these declarations of Aboriginal title that were sought by the Cowichan plaintiffs. At least they didn't know until after the decision was released. The court's reason for refusing to notify these property owners of the case were threefold. Number one, that the Cowichan plaintiffs vigorously opposed notification, arguing that the courts had always declined to notify private property owners in Aboriginal title cases. Does this sound like a good reason to you? Yeah, I'm not sold on that one either. That in any event, the Cowichan plaintiffs were not seeking a declaration would affect the fee simple interests of the private property owners. I mean, come on, right? Thirdly, that not notifying the Richmond private property owners would foster reconciliation. Yes, groan. The private property owners were thus deliberately kept in the dark for over 8 years about the fact that their fee simple titles would be impacted. That is until they awoke on the 7th of August, 2025 to learn that their fee simple titles had been affected in the most severe way possible by really a clandestine judicial decision. So, what does a declaration of Aboriginal title mean to private property owners anyway? This is maybe the question that you're asking. Well, the BC government has downplayed the impact of the court's declaration of Aboriginal title by emphasizing that the rules for filing in the BC Land Titles Office have not changed. Wow. That should give people so much confidence. However, the real issues are that, firstly, the court found that Aboriginal title exists over the lands of private owners. Okay, that's a pretty serious encroachment. Secondly, the private property owners' fee simple titles are not a justifiable infringement on the Cowichan Aboriginal title. Notice how they reversed that, okay? So what they did is they placed private property ownership below in legal importance the Aboriginal title, okay? That's key, which the court, this Aboriginal title, the court has now declared to exist over private property owners. And thirdly, although the court declared that Aboriginal title and fee simple title coexist over these properties, that is clearly unworkable since both types of ownership are exclusive in terms of the right to use and benefit from them. Bruce used the example of leasing. Well, can they both lease the same property? Clearly not. So exclusive ownership by two different entities cannot practically exist over the same land simultaneously, but the court did not address its mind at all to this problem. So can the private Richmond title holders still sell their properties? Will lenders renew their mortgages? Must they move? These questions and many more are now completely unresolved. The court's answer was to say that British Columbia has a duty to reconcile fee simple ownership with Cowichan Aboriginal title through negotiation. So this is a tactic, that oftentimes the conversation between legislatures and courts are like this. Court creates a hot potato and they say, here, legislature, you take it. And this is essentially what the court did. Well, it's not our problem. It wasn't before us. We didn't have to decide it. Okay, Mr. EB, you guys go figure this out. So that's what they said, negotiation. Aboriginal title through negotiation. But negotiation in this context likely means compensation. And compensation means taxpayers. Either Aboriginal title holders are compensated so private property owners can remain, or private owners are compensated because they're forced to give up their land. In either scenario, someone pays. and ordinary citizens deserve to know the size and the nature of that obligation, don't we? Okay. And this is why the Cowichan decision has implications beyond Richmond. Aboriginal title claims exist in many parts of British Columbia and elsewhere in Canada. In fact, about half of New Brunswick is now under these claims. Large parts of Ontario that are not covered under treaties are now in these claims. And I think it's only a matter of time until we see this come to our door in Alberta. So, if courts can declare Aboriginal title over private lands without the affected owners participating from the beginning, then I think Canadians need to have a national conversation about due process, about legislative responsibility, and the limits of judicially managed reconciliation. So, what does justice require? Well, in my view, the only just solution is for the appellate court in BC to order a new trial in which the affected private property owners are joined as parties. They should be allowed to defend their own interests. They should be permitted to test the evidence. They should not learn after the fact that their land has become the subject of declarations made in proceedings they did not meaningfully participate in. So what then is the solution? Well, the only just solution, given the fact that the court refused to notify these Richmond private property owners that their fee simple titles would be affected, is for the BC Court of Appeal to order a new trial. Another reason why there should be a new trial, and this is getting a little bit into the weeds of the case, but just an example of how incredibly bizarre these proceedings were. The court relied heavily upon the evidence of someone named Dr. Kenneth Brealey. The court found Brealey's evidence to be highly reliable, despite the fact that he could not testify or be cross-examined at trial because he was dead. He was diagnosed, sadly, with a terminal illness, but underwent 13 days of pretrial deposition. That's where lawyers ask questions under oath. In 2019, before he died. Now, so a new trial would allow whatever expert witnesses the Cowichan plaintiffs put forward to be properly cross-examined. So again, this is part of due process, right? This is part of the way our justice system is designed, our legal system is designed to distill the truth and get at the truth. We get to test evidence through cross-examination. And when it's done properly, it is an incredibly succinct and precise way of getting at the truth. But these people didn't have the opportunity to do that. They were denied that. And, I honestly, I don't know how, as someone who's run a lot of trials, maybe it's not as many as Sean, but hundreds of, for example, sexual assault trials. I don't know how any court could find evidence to be highly reliable when the person given the evidence was not exposed to the test of cross-examination. Can you? I don't think so. Anyway, and this would also force governments to answer a question they have avoided, which is private property actually on the table as part of reconciliation? If it is, then we deserve honesty about that, don't we? We deserve to know what is being negotiated, what it will cost, and who will bear the burden. So what's the cost of the new entitlement? Well, this is what they say. They say we need to commit to serious negotiations that does in fact recognize the reality, the legal reality, the constitutional reality of Aboriginal title in British Columbia. The Richmond residents have been living on Aboriginal lands ever since they first purchased those properties, as did the previous owners. That's the reality that British Columbians refuse to accept. That's what the Cowichan plaintiffs are saying. So they're saying that what's private property rights, land ownership, is on the table for reconciliation. And this is really important. This is a slick little legal trick. So clearly for these chiefs, private property is on the table for reconciliation. Assembly of First Nations Grand Chief Cindy Woodhouse made a similar comment when she was first elected. Get this, she says, every piece of square inch in this country and across Turtle Island is Indian land. Wow. If private property actually is now on the table for reconciliation, then we taxpayers need to have that clearly spelled out for us by our governments, don't we? I mean, it's we who will have to pay the billions it will cost to compensate Indian bands for their Aboriginal title claims over private property throughout Canada. And it's private property owners who will suffer the incalculable damage that these declarations will cause. And you know, the financial context can't be ignored either. Federal spending on Indigenous programs has grown dramatically in recent years, and major class action settlements and land-related claims now involve tens of billions of dollars. Yet the public often receives little clear information about how these sums are determined, distributed, or administered. The Fraser Institute, of which our friend Professor Party is a senior fellow, is a really great public policy think tank, probably I think the best in Canada. In December of 2024, it published a piece called An Avalanche of Money, the federal government's policies towards First Nations. Now, it was not published as a commentary, but as a study. And to say that the findings are disturbing, I think puts it rather mildly. Between 2015 and 2025, note 2015 was when we got Justin Trudeau, the annual Indigenous budget nearly tripled from roughly $11 billion to more than $32 billion in 10 years. And despite this increase, look around, those of you who have been to a First Nations community lately. The lives and welfare of First Nations communities have not improved over that time frame. Class actions have been settled without litigation, estimated liabilities reaching $76 billion in 2023. Specific claims have been settled at a rate 4 times higher than by the previous Harper government. And even though tens of billions of taxpayer dollars are involved, we, the public, are being told nothing about when and to whom these class action payouts take place or how the trust funds resulting from specific claims are administered. First Nations have become more financially dependent upon government transfers, and this is important, far fewer of them are publishing audited statements. And we are now seeing the consequences of that lax enforcement. Tom Flanagan, who's a Canadian scholar and former expert witness in Aboriginal and treaty land claims litigation, he's argued that federal spending on Indigenous peoples now actually exceeds spending on national defense. Think about that. What is the first job of our federal government? Protect our borders. That's all of us. That's all 40 million of us, even the ones who maybe shouldn't be here. That's a different topic. You know, but we're spending more money on a fraction, less than 3% of the population. In Alberta, for example, put this in the context of the recent decision concerning our independence petition, only about 1% of all the people in Alberta are First Nations people, and only 47% of them live on reserve. And yet, a few chiefs, after visiting with our king, can bring a court application and stop a petition that roughly 700, stop a referendum question that roughly 700,000 Albertans want. Pretty scary, huh? So I think the idea of spending that much money, it beggars belief. I'm sure some of you hearing that are shocked. You know, I'm just going to close off here. The late Carl Sagan, if you know Carl Sagan, was an American astronomer who popularized science for the masses. And he was a 1978 Pulitzer Prize winning book that he wrote was called The Dragons of Eden, Speculations on the Evolution of Human Intelligence. And he wrote, "When we abandon the hunter-gatherer life, we abandon the childhood of our species. You cannot convince a believer of anything, for their belief is not based on evidence. It's based on a deep-seated need to believe." And I think that entire rationale is what's behind Aboriginal title. And this brings me lastly to land acknowledgements and why they're bad. Over the past decade or so, we've been getting more and more of these land acknowledgements. And I'm going to use something that Bruce said to sort of give you by way of analogy. This is how, as an Indigenous person, how I see land acknowledgements. Okay, so Bruce says, your car, that's piece of property, or at least it represents a property right. Well, imagine that Bruce is my neighbor, and I have a shiny red Ferrari, okay? And Bruce loves that car. Oh, he wants to drive that baby. You know, he used to watch Magnum PI when he was a kid, and right? He loves that car. And so what happens is, he gets the keys. And so what happens is every day, he lives next door. The car's in my driveway. He goes to get into the Ferrari. All my neighbors on the street, all of our neighbors on the street come out to watch this happen. They're all standing on the front porch. And before Bruce drives away in my Ferrari, he tinkles the keys. He gets in and vroom, he says, "This is Leighton's Ferrari. I acknowledge that this is Leighton's Ferrari." Day after day, he drives the Ferrari away. I never get to touch the Ferrari. I don't even get to sit in it. Bruce won't even take me for coffee. He can't stand me. But this is what these land acknowledgements are like. For just most of the people I know who are First Nations people hate them because it just gets people riled up. And really, they're just so dumb. But why do we have these land acknowledgements? Why do we have them? Well, do you see the connection between telling people who own property and land, telling them that they're colonizers, that they're criminals, that they're exploiters, that they're imperialists, that they're genocidal maniacs, that guilt trip? You see the connection between that and the Cowichan decision, where we say, okay, private property owners, actually, it's not your land. It was never your land. We're going to give it to somebody else. Here's the key to the Ferrari. So you see, that's the connection. And this is the connection between land acknowledgements and Aboriginal title. It's a prelude to a kiss. It's a setup. So don't buy into it. Anyway, I just want to leave you with a little quotation. Some fun facts about stolen tribal land. In the United States, the Sioux, who are my people, took the land from the Cheyenne, who took it from the Kiowa, who took it from the Pawnee, who took it from the Crow, who took it from the Arikara. The victors not only took the land, they enslaved their enemies. Okay? So that's how the Indigenous people operated according to the law of conquest, right? That's the truth. That's why whenever you do a land acknowledgement, you have to acknowledge about 15 different First Nations because it changed hands so many times. Anyway, thank you very much. It's been a joy talking with you. I look forward to talking with you a little bit later. And now I get to introduce Mr. Buckley, star of our show.
Thanks, Leighton. Thanks. Yeah, it's just an honor to follow Leighton and Bruce. So we have some philosophical problems. So the last thing Leighton was talking about was he was kind of listing how one nation conquered another nation, conquered another nation, conquered another nation. So let's say, we overlay Aboriginal title over all of Canada, so we basically lose property rights. Let's say we pay gobs of compensation and then, archaeologists discover that there was another nation here before the Aboriginals. Do they have to pay it all back? Do they have to transfer property to a previous group? Should, bands that are, conquered from another band, should they really, no, yeah, you were on there when the Europeans arrived, but the principle that those that had the land before they were conquered applies. Like it's very interesting. This month, we're in June 2026 in Canada, there were a whole bunch of babies born. Babies of different races. Now, should those babies be treated differently based on their race? It's a really good question, you see, because I was taught that racism was where you basically disadvantage somebody based on race, or you privilege somebody else based on race. I was taught that that was racism, that all races should be treated equally. So, but it's interesting, I first came across this because I'm in my 7th generation and we didn't have this. But in 1990, I went to law school at the University of Victoria, and the first 2 or 3 weeks was something called legal process, which was my first time that critical race theory touched me. And so for 3 weeks, all of the law students had to go through critical race theory. And for the very first time, I've never encountered this before, so everyone has to forgive me for not assuming the guilt beforehand. But I actually learned that as a white Anglo-Saxon male, like, ignore that my family on my mother's side was like pure Ukrainian, had nothing to do with the British Empire or colonization or anything. They were actually fleeing turmoil in Austria-Hungary, like literally fleeing turmoil. So, and my father's side was, Irish, that, we're fleeing the, famine, had nothing to do with, the UK and the king conquering land or anything like that. So, but I learned that as a white Anglo-Saxon, that I was personally responsible for actually things that happened before I was born. Now, I didn't believe in reincarnation before then. So, but literally the whole premise is because of my skin color, not even because of that I'm not, what Ukrainian, stuff like that, because of my skin color, that I bore and my children bore a personal debt to people with a different skin color. And that's the basis of what we're talking about. And we can agree with that, or we can disagree with that. But why is it that nobody's actually going, remember, legal philosophical assumptions? So we are assuming, from a legal philosophical perspective, that children in Canada born today will have different property rights based on the race that they happen to be born in. So if you're born in one race, you're going to have this privileged property rights, even though you're a minority. I mean, I think Leighton's statistics are, so even if you include, the Métis in that, what we would call Indians under Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982 would be about 5% of the population. Like even if you include Métis, which is interesting, right? So, why can't the Ukrainian and Irish have special property rights? Like when those two disadvantaged groups get together. Like my grandfather went to law school. I think he graduated in 1914. He couldn't eat with the other students because he wasn't United Kingdom. He was Ukrainian. Of course he couldn't eat with the other students. He was a Slav. He was Slavic. How dare he even think he could eat lunch with the British United Kingdom students? So why don't the Ukrainians get special privilege in Canada? Why don't we create a constitutional category for them? So let's talk about what's happening, and it's very frightening, but I just want us to start thinking about, we're institutionalizing racism, and we're not, the destiny of Canada being the most prosperous and free nation in the world is not going to be accomplished by actually institutionalizing racism forever, right? So the first premise is that people of a certain race born today, that we didn't persecute them, they didn't exist. But they get special property rights and special privileges because of things that happened hundreds of years before they were born. And other children, based on their race, based on their skin color, owe a debt to other races based on things that happened hundreds of years before that they had nothing to do about. That's what we're doing. So let's just call it. We can support that. Like if there are historical wrongs, well, those people are dead. Do we understand that? And the people that perpetrated, I mean, if we accept their historical wrongs, history is very nuanced. And we have been fed a political myth that United Kingdom Anglo-Saxons, and then by definition, by guilty by association, anyone with white skin, owe a historical debt to people that they've never, couldn't have ever met or ever participated in because they're separated by, in some cases, centuries. That's the legal philosophical assumption that we're assuming. And we're in the process of creating two types of property rights that are absolutely going to destroy us. So let's talk about that. So first of all, how many people in this room, because I know it's going to be an educated group, know about the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Rights? Okay. So a little less than half of this room, and this is an educated room. You know that your neighbors will have never heard of this before. So Canada signed a treaty meant to permanently institutionalize racial property ownership in Canada. So under the UNDRIP Treaty, and I'm going to read to you parts of Article 26. So we have a treaty obligation. And it's stronger if I read it rather than if I tell you what it says. So Canada signed on to this treaty, Article 26, Subclause 1, Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. So basically all of populated Canada, right? So it says they have the right to these lands. Well, Article 26, Subclause 2, let's drill down to see, well, what does this right mean? Indigenous people have the right to own, use, develop, and control those lands. Let me just say that again. The right to own, use, develop, and control those lands. So basically all of occupied Canada, the federal government has signed on to an internationally binding treaty to transfer ownership of basically all of occupied Canada to a very small group of people based on race. That's interesting, isn't it? But we had such a big public debate about it, and we voted about it, and we all supported it, so we shouldn't be surprised. Now, this is transformative. You know, when Leighton is talking about Aboriginal title, I mean, the court is saying, the court decisions, and it's all judge-made law. The courts are saying, you know, Aboriginal title can't be alienated except to the king. So here we've got, you know, Leighton's talking about the Cowichan decision. I mean, the city of Richmond, when you fly into Greater Vancouver, the airport's in Richmond. So almost everyone here has been there. So the city of Richmond, you wake up one morning and you learn that actually Aboriginal title has been overlaid and is superior to your title. Now, okay, so I live in Richmond. I've, you know, worked 35, 40 years. You know, I had an extra job to pay off my mortgage. I'm like one of those few people I got no debt. I owned my house until this decision. Well, no worries. I'll just go to the Cowichan Band and I'll take out another mortgage for $1 million. That's what my house is worth, and I'll buy it from them. No, they can't sell it to you. They can't alienate it. It's permanent. It's a permanent communal property ownership. So once they have it, it's forever. Forever, we're institutionalizing different property rights based on race. Can I say that again? So once it happens, it's a permanent institutionalization of different property rights within Canada based on race. So we have the Cowichan decision, where the court basically says, no, actually the Cowichan Band has Aboriginal title over Richmond. That's what they were asking for. And people in Alberta will go, well, that's fine. It's, that's unceded property, but we're here where I'm standing, Treaty 6. We're okay, right? Except that the next argument in courts, and aside from this UN treaty, which has nothing to do with property rights. So I'll just segue back to that for a second. So this United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People doesn't distinguish between ceded and unceded land. All of the land traditionally used, occupied by Indigenous people is to be transferred. Well, thank goodness, it's a binding treaty. Thank goodness it's not like law in Canada that the federal government's actually obligated to transfer all of occupied Canada to a very small minority based on race. Thank goodness. Oh, wait a second. In 2021, the Parliament of Canada passed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act. And they append this treaty as an annex to the act, and it obligates the Parliament of Canada to fully implement the act, including the transfer of all of occupied Canada to a small group of people based on race. Did you know that? That they actually, Parliament passed an act obligating the Government of Canada to transfer all of occupied Canada, including your land, to Indigenous people with the right to own your land, use your land, develop your land, and control your land. Is there any ambiguity here? Because, I'm a lawyer. I'm trained to look for ambiguity. I'm not seeing it. So your federal government has obligated itself to basically transfer all of occupied Canada for all intensive purposes to a small group of people based on race. Now, whether or not there are historical wrongs, right? I'm not here to argue that or debate that. I mean, there have been some severe problems with what happened in the past. But whether or not there are historical wrongs, regardless of what they really are, is that how we solve things here? You see, this is 2026. And there's 40 million of us from all around the world. And we're in a constitutional crisis. This is part of the constitutional crisis. We're in a constitutional crisis. And the issue is how do we build the most prosperous, free nation going forward? And it's not by institutionalizing property rights based on racism. It's not. If any other country came to us and said, you know what? We want to become prosperous. We want to become free. There's a minority of people, like 5% of a different racial group. We're thinking of giving them superior property rights over everyone else, so that basically there isn't ownership the way you and I think of ownership. And we think that's going to make us a prosperous, free, and fair nation. We'd go what are you talking about? What drugs are you on? It makes zero sense at all, except that's where we are. So we've got the federal government, by signing a treaty and then actually passing a law saying we have to do this treaty. I mean, how many of you have heard of the Musqueam Agreement? Well, very few. So the federal government is in the process of a series of agreements with the Musqueam Nation. And I don't know, Leighton, help me out. Is there even 1,000 members of this band? No, so there's less than 1,000 people. And Leighton's saying it's probably not even a real band, but let's say it's a real band. So, so less than 1,000 people that are basically the federal government is negotiating to give them Aboriginal title and control over land over most of Greater Vancouver. And you haven't read the agreement because they announced it, but they won't share it. Now, I expect it's a preliminary agreement because they're doing things in steps, right? And they won't go any politically further than they can. But the trap is to basically move us into a communist nation, right? Because if you want to become a totalitarian state, aside from, the censorship and total administrative control and people learning, you train them that they actually don't have the right to do anything without state permission, which is we're all going into. But you have to destroy property ownership because that gives people power to resist. So, but they're not going to pass a law. Like in most communist states, they just pass a law abolishing private property ownership of land. Well, in Canada, they've come up with this more creative way. No, let's overlay property with Aboriginal title, which is communal. Well, and they can't manage it. It's a small group of people. So the state, the king, will manage it because the king's kind of like this, in George Orwell, there's Big Brother. Well, the king's kind of the big father because what the courts have said, and it's very paternalistic, is, yeah, there's Aboriginal title. That wasn't extinguished from the king coming in. But the king owns all the land. So the king owns all the land. The king has what's called the allodial ownership. Bruce has made it very clear we've inherited a feudal system. Under the feudal system, the king is called the allodial owner, which means there's no superior landlord to the king, which means the king is the owner of the land, as you or I would consider ownership. And then the king grants rights to the king's land. So under our court system, and Leighton's made it very clear, like this is all kind of nefarious and fuzzy, but under our court system, the king owns all the land in Canada, but there's this unextinguished Aboriginal title. And so the king kind of acts as the beloved, he's the owner, but he's kind of the father figure for the Aboriginal groups to kind of shepherd them because they don't have individual ownership. So the Cowichan band, they're not going to divide Richmond and say, okay, we've got, 2,000 band members, so let's divide Richmond up by 2,000. And no, they can't. It's not individual, it's this collective right. So the sad part for the Indigenous is, when all of Canada has just got this collective ownership, Aboriginal ownership, they don't get the benefit of individual ownership. We're all in a communist system where none of us really has control over property, but Big Father, the king, and when I come back to lecture again, I'm going to talk about how, our Constitution, it's not a constitution and the king's in absolute control, but right now we're just talking about Aboriginal titles. So according to the courts, the king owns, but the king's kind of like this father figure shepherd that has to, very paternalistic, gets to protect the Aboriginals, which is racist. And they don't actually get individual ownership. It's this collective ownership. So we're going to give this collective ownership over the whole nation, both by court decisions and by treaty, over Aboriginal groups, and then we will not have any real ownership over our land. So that's where we're going. Has any of you heard of the Wolastoqey decisions in New Brunswick? The media actually falsely reported, oh, don't worry. The Supreme Court of Canada decided not to hear the Wolastoqey, appeal on a procedural issue. So in New Brunswick, there is a very small group of people that are, we'll call Wolastoqey, who are applying for Aboriginal title over half of the province of New Brunswick. And this half of the province of New Brunswick has hundreds of thousands of fee simple titles. And the issue is not whether or not they have Aboriginal title. The issue isn't whether if they get Aboriginal title, that's going to be superior over fee simple. The only issue is should private landowners be told or have the ability to attend and defend what they think are their property rights? That's the only issue at play. And the lower court said, no, they don't have the right to be parties. If, the court says there is Aboriginal titles, then the responsibility is on the Crown to basically negotiate to whether there would be any compensation to the fee simple landowners that have lost title to their land. And so that was appealed, and the New Brunswick Court of Appeal said, no, you actually have to give them the right to be able to attend in court. And then the Supreme Court of Canada said, yeah, we're not going to hear this appeal. Like, we're fine with what the Court of Appeal has said. There hasn't even been statements of defense filed yet. And yet the media was reporting, for BC and the rest of us, oh, don't worry, the Supreme Court's not hearing it. It solved the Cowichan decision. And yet both levels of court are absolutely clear that, the Crown has an obligation to basically negotiate, Aboriginal title, and that it's real, it can't be alienated. And so basically what the bands have to do is show that they traditionally used and occupied the lands, and they're going to get a grant of Aboriginal title. So let's talk about the legal basis about this, because it's so convincing. It's so convincing on how the king came to own the land. Like, you really can't dispute it. So in very simple terms, what happened was, long ago, a wooden sailing ship flying the Union Jack arrived on the East Coast. And they started to settle, and they planted the Union Jack flag. And so the king or queen, was queen back then? No, it was the king, it doesn't matter. The king or queen owns all the land. Well, that makes sense. I mean, if that's not a solid legal foundation, I don't know what is. And I think what we need to do is just have some other nation sail the ship over. I say, let's get a wooden ship because it's more dramatic. Sails and the whole thing. Have them sail to the east or west coast. Find some place where there is nobody, build a little settlement and plant the flag. And then we can deal with them instead of the British Crown, because they'll own all the land, right? This is very convincing. But really, that's what happened. So we started to settle, and we've just assumed that this feudal system that began with William the Conqueror in 1066 somehow applies to us because we're told it applies to us. And then we've had some obscure court decisions, some time ago, not anticipating at all that this would be used as a weapon to destroy Canada, where, oh yeah, there's Aboriginal title. It can't be extinguished, and it can't be alienated to anyone but the Crown. And now the courts are saying it involves the right to use, occupy, use, and develop. And we've got treaty obligations. Well, can't we just say, because we've got a couple of options here. We can say, oh yeah, we're in this box, we're in this trap, there's nothing we can do. The federal government has the full right, and the courts, these appointed individuals, appointed by the Prime Minister, the federal government, that has this agenda. It has this agenda to move us into a communist state. I'm convinced of it. So we could just say, oh yeah, no, you have the legal rights to do this. We've got the courts, blah, blah, blah. Let's just accept it. Let's roll over. This is a rural audience. It's all published. Go to World Health Organization, One Health, dig into their climate documents, go to the city of Edmonton. You might have to use the Wayback Machine to see what they're saying a couple of years ago about 15-minute cities. But the goal is to get us off the land, to get rid of rural people, move you into the city. I live in St. Albert, and they're building all these gross apartment blocks all tight together. And it's like, okay, the people that already live in the city, they already have places. Who are these for? Well, obviously it's for the rural people when we move them off the property. Because, they're published about this. They want to get you off the property, off your land, and into the 15-minute cities that will actually, the roads will be blocked off and you can't drive. They're called 15-minute cities because you can walk a mile in 15 minutes, and there will be services, everything that you need within 15 minutes. This is all public. Go to World Health Organization and search One Health. You'll see all of this. And City of Edmonton used to be proudly publishing until people were criticizing. Yeah, we're a 15-minute city. We're preparing for this. So, all of this is planned. So anyway, back to the Wolastoqey. And it's going to happen place and place and place. And if you think, oh, well, we're on Treaty 6. Well, you know what the argument's going to be in court is, well, these are invalid treaties. And the argument's actually a pretty good one. If you were the judge, you might accept this because it's a reasonable argument. So first of all, did those chiefs that were traveling, did they even understand property ownership? Did they even understand that basically the Crown was asking them to cede what we understand to be ownership from their people to the Crown? Did the people that, the chiefs represent, did they understand these concepts? Because you can't enter into an agreement if you don't even understand the concepts and what you're agreeing to. Right? Like I picked up, I will pick up hitchhikers. And I remember, about 15 years ago picking up, it ended up, I knew the guy, in the rural of BC, and he was he would say, I'm of the Cowichan Nation, or not Cowichan, the Chilcotin Nation. And, we're chatting, really nice fellow. I'd known him for some time. And he didn't understand the concept of mortgage. He was trying, he wanted me to try and explain it to him. And he didn't, he didn't even have the conception of mortgage, right? So how could he even enter into a mortgage without even understanding the conception? And my point is there's a very cogent argument that the treaties that were made weren't real. And we would play the trick, the chiefs would travel and then we wouldn't feed them for a couple of days and then we'd feed them. And then, there's this kind of cultural reciprocity where they're indebted to us for the hospitality. And then we very quickly negotiate really sweeping things that any rational people would, you need independent legal advice on that. You need time to reflect and you need time to consult. Like, could you imagine? Well, our government, I guess, they've signed a treaty without any consultation. And they, sure, it passed Parliament, but nobody knew what they were doing. And do we accept this? Like, we're going to give up our way of life. We're going to give up our prosperity. We're going to become a totalitarian nation just because a small group of people are claiming they have the right to do this to us? Well, that's our everything's got to be peaceful, right? Like I challenge everyone to watch the movie Gandhi again, because it so strongly shows both the cost of peaceful civil disobedience, because that's the only way to do things, is just not buy in anymore. But there's a cost. And it really shows the cost, but it also shows the power. And the reality is, and I'll stop and we'll have Leighton come back and then Bruce come back, and then I'm going to do the constitutional stuff later. But it's so important for you to understand that two mechanisms are being used to basically overlay Aboriginal title onto your land, on rural, urban, the whole thing, to basically completely undermine our society, which is based on private property rights. And it's how they're going to move us into a communist system so that we're completely dependent upon the government. And we have a choice. We can actually say, I get this whole thing was kind of a historical accident, and I accept these, few decisions by a handful of judges appointed. And we'll totally give up our way of life. We know from history that communist societies without land ownership lead to total oppression and poverty and starvation and that. But hey, communism didn't work anywhere else. There's no reason it can't not work here too. So we can do that. We can do that. Or we can say it's 2026. There's 40 million of us from around the world. And how do we together build the freest, most prosperous nation, which is our destiny? I'm tired of Canadians, it's Canada and they're enslaving us. Our destiny is to be a nation of refuge. Our destiny is to be a land of freedom. Our destiny is to be a land of redemption. We're to be a blessing to the entire world. That's our destiny. And I would rather claim that. And that's part of it's acknowledging we're in a constitutional crisis. Our government is no longer acting for our benefit. And we are going to peacefully decide how should we restructure going forward to build the most free, prosperous nation that is a blessing to the rest of the world. So that we basically have two choices before us, but we really don't have a choice because our destiny is to become a free and prosperous nation. So with that, I will hand off again. I think we're going to Leighton again, right? So yeah, and I just while we're waiting for Leighton, we've got a sizable audience online, and we want everyone to subscribe to nhppa.org. So go to our website, nhppa.org. We're kind of unique as a nonprofit that is protecting our health rights and also bringing issues like this to your attention, and also help support events like this. So we put these events on, we absorb the cost, and we just trust that the public will donate so that we can cover our costs and keep doing stuff like this. So with that, I'm pleased to re-invite Leighton Gray.
Thanks, Sean. I feel very blessed to know Sean and to have met him during the National Citizens Inquiry. That he and Teresa really were the heart and soul of that. And it's just an honor to be here. So thanks to Sean and Teresa for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. In case you're wondering, I had a vest before, and now I'm down to a shirt. This is not a striptease. I will not be going shirtless for the panel, so don't worry. I would not do that to you. It's a family show. Well, earlier I was talking about Aboriginal title, and Sean in a lot of ways went deeper into that, and where he left off is actually a great place for me to pick up, because where I want to take you now is where you're asking the question, okay, they're destroying property, they're trying to destroy our country, where are they taking us? And so I've wrote a little piece for my show called Can Europa, which is a play on words, but really I want to talk to you about what post-nationhood means. And before I go there, I'm going to get Bruce mad at me because I'm going to quote a famous conservative. Give me a second here. I just got to pull this up. There was a wonderful man who died about 9 years ago, who's written some really brilliant books that I would recommend to you. He's a true polymath, someone who knows a lot of things about a lot of different things. His name was Dr. Roger Scruton, and he was Cambridge educated, taught at Oxford, was a lawyer, architect, just a brilliant guy. Anyway, he talks in his books about what is a nation, right? So what is a nation really? Let's talk about this for a second. Here's what I think. Here's what Scruton thinks. He thinks that a nation is a people, right? And who are occupying a specific landmass, who have a shared set of values. Does that make sense to you? And not so long ago, you're probably like me, if you can say that you had a pretty good idea of what it meant to be a Canadian, right? Up until about 10 or 15 years ago, I had a very clear idea. But those three concepts, if you think about it, land, people, okay, shared values, aren't those all the things that are being attacked? And the question is, well, why? The reason why is because they want to take us into what's called post-nationhood. And I'm going to talk to you about what that means. Before I go there, though, I want to read to you what Roger Scruton said, because this is really going to hit home with you. He coined a term called oikophilia. It's not a kind of yogurt. But you know the oiko yogurt? Oiko is a Greek word. It means home, okay? So he coined this term called oikophilia. Philos is one of the 4 Greek words for love. And if you think of Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, philos is the kind of love you would have for a neighbor or a brother, okay? So he coined this term oikophilia. This is what it means. And I think this really gets at the heart of what it means to be a nation. I think it especially has relevance for Canada and also for those of us who are supporting Alberta independence. He says this: We all have a capacity for love and a deep down knowledge that a life without love is futile. We all have to work to find that love and to create the context in which it can flourish. Likewise with oikophilia, which means love for home. And this is where the political difficulties arise. Oikophiles are in search of a home, and it is to the beauty and heritage of this home that they devote their efforts of conservation. They are not globalists, happy to be anywhere on the planet, but localists who look after the place that is theirs. It is this local focus that leads them to make the first and most necessary step towards sustainability, which is to make out a territory, a land, and an identity connected to that land that's theirs, and to be protected from predation and embellished and looked after for the benefit of their descendants. I don't think that you could find a better definition of what a nation is anywhere. So, bringing you back to our previous discussion, Can Europa? I'm going to lay that quotation against this one. You tell me which one you like better. This is from a guy named Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi. Yeah. And he wrote this in the Praktischer Idealismus. This is in 1924. He was one of the founding fathers of the European Union. The idea of the European Union germinated in this man's mind. And this is what he said. The white races of Europe should be destroyed and replaced with a race of Eurasian Negroids who can be easily controlled by the ruling elite. Wow, that's 100 years ago. Does that sound like something that's happening in Great Britain, in other parts of Europe, in Australia, in Canada? And this is not anti-immigration, but what I'm saying to you is this is where they want to take us. This is how they see us. Useless eaters, right? You know, excess population, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak plainly about Canada, about sovereignty, and about the direction our country is being pushed. So there's a version of Canadian history that most of us were never taught in school. You know, it doesn't live in the standard textbooks. It's not the story usually told by legacy media. It has been sitting for decades in academic journals, government archives, and the published records of international organizations. And if we're willing to look at it honestly, it helps explain much of what we Canadians are living through today. It helps explain the housing crisis that Sean talked about, the energy restrictions, the immigration pressure, the economic stagnation, and the constant message that we Canadians must lower our expectations. It even helps explain why national sovereignty is now treated by some of our leaders as an obstacle rather than a sacred trust. And so my argument to you today is simple. What is happening to Canada is not merely a series of policy mistakes. It reflects a long campaign to weaken the nation state, our home, and prepare us for a post-national future. So let's begin with housing. Across Canadian media, we now hear about the so-called problem of empty bedrooms. Bruce was talking about that tax. I was one of 25% of Canadians who were selected to do the longer form census. I didn't do it. And I'm not going to. I'll either pay the fine or I'll appeal them all the way to as far as I can. Okay? So if you're listening, census people, bring it on. But on that census, it asks you how many empty bedrooms. Have you seen this? It asks you how many empty bedrooms you have in your. That's none of your business. Do you know these guys actually, while I was away, they came to my house and they left a sticky on my door saying, "You haven't done your census. Do your census." Oh man, are they ever lucky I wasn't home? First question: where are you? Oh, you're on my porch. This is still private property. Away you go. Anyway, you know, across, we hear about this empty bedrooms problem. And on the surface, this sounds compassionate and practical, doesn't it? We're told that seniors have too much space, that families have to rethink what they need, and that ordinary Canadians should accept smaller homes, denser living, like Sean was talking about, and fewer expectations. That's the big one. Just lower your expectations, Canadians. But beneath that language, I think, is a deeper pressure. And the pressure is to normalize scarcity and to redefine ownership as selfishness and to prepare us for less freedom over our own property. And, you know, what Bruce said is absolutely correct. We have to understand clearly this connection between our property and our freedom and our prosperity. So this is not just housing policy. It is a cultural and political campaign. It tells us that what previous generations worked for should now be surrendered for the collective good. It tells grandparents to downsize, homeowners to feel guilty, and families to accept a future in which basic stability becomes a privilege rather than an expectation. This message really matters because once a people accepts decline as normal, we become very easy to govern. History proves that. Canada is especially vulnerable to this kind of message, or seems to be, because our national character has always emphasized things like cooperation and politeness and community. And these are good things. But even good things can be weaponized. The language of we can be used to build a nation, but it can also be used to demand compliance. And when a collective identity becomes a substitute for individual conscience, citizenship is weakened. So to understand how we reach this point, we got to go back to the 1960s. Many Canadians assume that our present crises are the result of incompetence, like bad budgets, bad immigration policy, bad energy policy, bad leadership. And that's all true. But there's also another story, another possibility. What if, as Sean alluded to earlier, what if decline was not merely mismanaged? What if elements of it were planned, justified, and institutionalized under the language of global responsibility? In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Pierre Trudeau's government became closely associated with the intellectual currents that gave rise to the Club of Rome and what it called the limits to growth framework. The Club of Rome was the precursor to our World Economic Forum. Those ideas pushed governments away from national development and toward managed limits, sustainability, and global systems thinking. Canada became an early testing ground for this worldview, and new institutions were created. New language entered government. Growth itself became morally suspect. This is how we got the Department of Environment. And the shift mattered, really mattered, because a country built on development, on resource extraction, settlement, railways, agriculture, mining, and energy, that's who we were, began to absorb a very different doctrine, that human activity must be constrained by expert-managed systems operating above ordinary democratic politics. And over time, that worldview moved from theory into bureaucracy, into regulation, into education, and finance. The history didn't end in 1984 when Pierre Elliott Trudeau left us, sadly. Well, he left politics then. He left us later. It returned with new force in the 21st century, especially after 2015. The language changed. The institutions changed. But the underlying idea remained the same, that national sovereignty must yield to global management, and democratic accountability must give way to the rule of the experts, the tyranny of the experts. Those of you who lived through COVID know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So that brings us to the present question. Why would Canadian leaders look to the European Union as a model or destination for us? Canada does most of its trade with the US. Geography, infrastructure, defense, culture, and economics all bind us to North America. That's our home, to quote Scruton. Whatever we think of any particular American administration, the idea that Canada's future lies primarily in Brussels is not a rational trade argument. Okay? The numbers don't support it. So we have to ask, if this is not really about trade, then what is it about, really? Well, the answer lies in worldview. Mark Carney's public career has moved through the commanding institutions of global finance and governance, I should say. Goldman Sachs, the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England, global climate finance, the United Nations, and major investment management. And across those roles runs a consistent belief that the major problems of the modern world are too large for sovereign nations to solve on their own, and that power must increasingly move upward into institutions above domestic voters. They're cutting us out of the equation, so they don't have to win elections anymore. And that belief is not incidental. It's central. It appears in climate finance, in central banking, in ESG frameworks, in net zero policy, and in the idea that markets and governments must be coordinated by transnational standards. And it is a worldview in which national self-government becomes inefficient, outdated, and morally suspect. That's a pretty good way to describe our government in Ottawa, isn't it? Inefficient, outdated, and morally suspect. Once we understand this, easy clap. Once we understand that, the European Union begins to look less like a trading partner and more like a template. The EU is the most developed experiment in supranational governments in the world. It has its own courts, its own parliament, currency, regulators, and bureaucratic machinery. Its directives reach deeply into the domestic life of member states. For those who believe national sovereignty is obsolete, the EU is not a warning, it's the model. This is where we go. Once we become a post-nation state, and understand, before we can become a post-nation state, before that can happen, before Mr. Carney's New World Order can come into being, we must have the rupture. You've heard this? I wonder if that was something going on in his pants. But we must have the rupture, and we must have the New World Order. But before all that can come into being, what has to happen first? They have to wipe away everything else, everything we know to be Canada, everything you love. What Scruton says, our love of home, our oikophilia has to be wiped away and destroyed. And this is why we have to be really careful. Patriotism stirred by careless comments from abroad can be redirected into disastrous embrace of European-style central planning. Think of elbows up. We may think we are defending Canada from one threat while walking willingly into another. We can lose sovereignty by invasion, but it can also be lost by treaty, by regulation, by financial dependency, and by elite consensus. And when I say sovereignty, make no mistake, I mean freedom. Because our individual freedom is an extension of our national sovereignty. Without the national sovereignty, we have no freedom. This European model is not a bargain. It often prioritizes bureaucracy over democracy, sustainability over growth, and managerial consensus over national renewal. We see the pattern in climate policy, immigration policy, energy policy, and industrial policy. The ordinary worker pays the price while elites congratulate themselves for their virtue and have $200,000 meals on the transatlantic flight. Canada has already traveled far down this road. Net zero policies, hostility to oil and gas, punitive regulation, high costs, open-ended immigration, and contempt for our national history have weakened our confidence and our competitiveness. A country blessed with immense energy, minerals, land, water, and human talent now behaves as though prosperity is something we have to apologize for, like in a land acknowledgement. For a resource nation, this is especially dangerous. A declared war on oil and gas by our government, on mining, on agriculture, and industry is not merely an environmental program. It is an attack on the economic foundations of our country, and it threatens blue-collar workers, threatens rural communities, as Sean says. It threatens Western Canada especially, northern development, and the very sectors that make Canada valuable in the world. Industrial workers in Ontario and elsewhere face similar pressure. Europe's energy policies have damaged its industrial base, while China benefits from Western self-restraint. And Canada risks copying the same mistakes, weakening domestic production, importing more from abroad, and calling the result moral progress. But what's even more troubling is the policy failure. It is how normal decline has begun to feel. There's a strange quietness that settles over a country when people begin accepting the unacceptable. High prices become normal. Censorship becomes normal. Institutional dishonesty becomes normal. A shrinking future becomes normal. And when decline feels normal, resistance begins to feel extreme. And this is not just a political problem. It's a moral and a spiritual one. Canadians have been trained to believe that truth flows from authority and that serious dissent is dangerous. When disagreement is met with accusations, censorship, professional consequences, or social punishment, people learn to stay quiet. Over time, silence becomes habit. Habit becomes character, and character is what determines the fate of nations. In Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7, it says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." And the same is true of a nation. If a people believe they are guilty and weak and helpless and dependent, then that's how we'll live. If we believe that we are free, that we are responsible, that we are grateful, that we're courageous, then we will live differently. The battle for Canada is therefore not only over policy, it's over memory, it's over identity, it's over courage, and especially over faith. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And so goes a nation. A healthy, culturally united and patriotic society is difficult to conquer. That's what we were during World War II. That is why family, faith, history, and national pride matter. When the family is weakened, when fathers and mothers are mocked or divided, when children are taught confusion instead of inheritance, and when marriage and responsibility are devalued, society becomes easier to manage from above. I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the Carney level. And the same is true of national history. Canada has become, Canada has a remarkable inheritance. Exploration, settlement, railways, northern endurance, military sacrifice, constitutional development, and generations of people who built families and churches and farms and businesses and communities just like Onaway. Yet too often our young people are taught only shame. They're not invited to love their country. They're instructed to apologize for it. And mass immigration at a scale no country can successfully absorb adds yet another challenge. A high-trust society depends on shared moral assumptions about law, liberty, family, citizenship, and responsibility. Remember what I said at the outset about shared values, right? Immigration can enrich a country when it's ordered and it's lawful and it's assimilative. But when it is used to dissolve cultural continuity, it weakens the very trust on which our freedom depends. Former Soviet defector Yuri Bezmenov warned about demoralization. And this is the long process by which a people lose the ability to recognize reality and to defend ourselves. His warning was not simply about propaganda. It was about the gradual disarming of our nation's moral instincts. And once a population is demoralized, even facts may not move it, because accepting the truth would require courage. Remember trying to tell your neighbor that they weren't going to die from COVID? Remember telling your neighbor that the masks wouldn't work? Okay. The COVID years should have awakened us to the danger of concentrated power. We saw how quickly rights and livelihoods, movement, worship, speech, and basic dignity could be restricted. We saw fear become policy and coercion presented as compassion. For some Canadians, that period opened their eyes. It certainly did mine. But for many others, it taught the opposite lesson. Keep quiet, repeat the approved slogans, and avoid being noticed. And that's maybe the most dangerous legacy of that period. Not merely the mandates or the lockdowns, but the psychological conditioning that survival depends on obedience. And once that lesson is absorbed, a country can be governed less by truth than by panic and intimidation and social pressure. Bezmenov put it more bluntly. He said, in Canada, too many people have become attached to comfort, security, and approval. We call ourselves nice, but niceness is not the same as virtue. Niceness often means avoiding conflict, keeping the peace, and agreeing outwardly, even when conscience objects. A nation of people pleasers is easily manipulated. It will tolerate almost anything if the alternative is social disapproval. Sounds like Facebook. But courage is not cruelty, and truth is not extremism. A free people must be willing to say no. No to managed decline. No to the surrender of sovereignty. No to being ruled by distant institutions that don't know us or love us or answer to us. No to policies that impoverish workers while enriching insiders. No, especially to the idea that Canada must become post-national in order to be moral. Canada does not only punish dissent formally, it also sanctions it socially, which for most people is more than enough to make them fall into line. You know, Justin Trudeau described vaccine holdouts as extremists who don't believe in science and who are often misogynists and racists. He even questioned whether the unvaccinated should be tolerated in society. The media did its part too. One famous Toronto Star headline told readers that the unvaccinated could die and deserved no sympathy. Now remember, we've been conditioned to believe that truth only comes from authority. So when Prime Minister Carney, the media, and every institutional loudspeaker is pushing the same line that nice people collapse immediately under pressure. Winston Churchill once described appeasement as feeding a crocodile and hoping that it will eat you last. That warning applies here. Demoralization begets passivity, and passivity invites abuse. If we adapt to every loss of freedom, every attack on industry, every erosion of national memory, and every transfer of power upward, then decline will only accelerate. So where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Well, Canada is not merely in political trouble. We're in a deeper civilizational crisis. We have resources, we have talent, we have land, we have history, for now. But we also have a population that has been taught to distrust its own inheritance and to defer to experts who promise safety in exchange for control. And that bargain must be rejected. The European Union represents for many the future of governance beyond nations. But for Canada, that path would mean something far darker. The burial of our best national dreams beneath bureaucracy, climate dogma, managed scarcity, and elite rule. A free society does not die the moment the first lie is told or the first freedom is violated. It dies when its people lose the nerve to defend truth. So that is the question before us today. Will Canada remain a nation, or will we allow ourselves to become merely an administrative region in someone else's system? My plea to you is simple. Remember who we are. Teach your children and your grandchildren our history. Defend your family. Defend your neighbor's family. Honor honest work. Protect your resources. And demand an accountable government. Refuse the lie that sovereignty is selfish, and refuse the lie that prosperity is immoral. Refuse the lie that obedience is the highest civic virtue. Canada does not need a post-national future. What Canada needs is renewal. And renewal begins when ordinary citizens like you and me recover the courage to speak the truth, to defend what is good, and to refuse to surrender the country that we inherited. I want to close with a quotation from G.K. Chesterton, who might be one of the most quotable people of all time, in my opinion. He says, "Courage is almost a contradiction in terms. It means a strong desire to live, taking the form of a readiness to die." Thank you. And now I have, thank you, the pleasure of introducing once again, Bruce Pardy.
Oh boy, pretty good, huh? I agree with an awful lot of what Leighton just said. But let me ask you this question. Who is the villain of this piece? An awful lot of people are spending a lot of time trying to answer that question. And I'll give you some choices. Is it these global institutions, the WEF, the WHO, the UN, the Club of Rome, and there's a long list. Is it them? That's one choice. Another choice is our own feckless leaders, federal, especially federal, but also provincial. Could be, the carnies, the liberals, the government in power, the legislature, the people that we have elected in both Parliament in Ottawa and the people who sit in our provincial legislatures. That's the second choice, the legislatures. Third choice is the governments, as in the deep state, the bureaucrats and the policymakers, the managerial people who seem to control the machinery of government. What are you up to? That's 1, 2, 3. Fourth choice is the courts. Because the courts are the author of a lot of the trouble that Sean and Leighton were describing about Aboriginal title. All of the above is correct. But there's one more. It's we the people. And the problem is an idea that's lodged in the heads of the people. And all of what Leighton just said, I agree with. But there is, I think, an idea that, and maybe not a single one, but there's an idea that people believe in. Even the people who understand that we have a problem have an idea that I think is part of the problem itself. And that is that governments, whether they be legislatures or bureaucrats or courts, because after all, the courts are part of the state. The idea is that the state should be fixing social problems. Let me put it this way. In my view, the problem is not bad policy. The problem is the existence of policy. If you have people with the authority to make policy, you are going to have a problem. Because after all, what is policy? Policy is simply a set of rules that tell people what to do. Now, here's a different premise. You are a free person. If that is true, then there ain't nobody with the power to set policy over what you do. Those two things do not go together. And so part of the problem here is that even amongst people who see the problem, or at least a problem, find it difficult to go all the way. What they want to do is say, well, if only we had better policy, or if only we had a different leader, or if only we didn't have this legislation, or if only we had a property right in the Constitution, then the problems will be solved. Not true. You've got a conceptual problem. And the conceptual problem is that it is the job of the state to solve social problems. It is the job of the state to direct society. It is the job of the state to manage the economy. It is not the job of the state to manage the economy, even if it does it well. Even if the policies were good, even if it made sense. If you have policies on all of these things, then you do not live in a free country. Let's back up a step. What does it mean to be free? I mean, we all want to be free, or at least I'm guessing that a lot of people in this room want to be free. What does that mean? Here's my answer. If you are free, then you are not subject to the coercion of other people. And by that I mean, you are not subject to the force or threats of force from other people, including the people inside the state. Okay, what does that mean? That means that if you are free, the people inside the state are not making rules for you to follow. And now, that's a difficult thing for people to swallow. Because what that means is that the functions of the state will be severely limited compared to what they are. They would be limited to these things, I think. They would be limited first to keeping the peace. As in, well, if we're all free people, that means we're not subject to the violence of other people. That means that we need a police force to make sure that there's no violence. Right? That makes sense. That's a legitimate state function. We don't want to be subject to the violence of other people, and we're going to have disputes about that and about property and so on. We need a way to resolve those disputes. That sounds like a court. Okay, so we'll have courts of a kind. Fine. We need to live in peace in order to be free. And we need a state to protect us from the outside, to police our borders, to repel attacks. So we're going to have a military. Okay, keep the peace, resolve disputes, defend the country. Those three things are necessary for us to be free. But not very much else. Here are the kinds of things that if you are determined to be free, and I mean that literally, here are the kinds of things you cannot have. Public health care. Why? Because public health care requires you to be taxed, and taxes are coercive. You just said you wanted to be free. If you're willing to be coerced out of your money, that's not free. So, public health care, public schooling, same rationale, and more, because now you are giving to the state the control over the curriculum that your children and grandchildren will be taught. That's not free. Those are my first two, but there's a whole long list of things. Most of the things that the state does today, most of it, is inconsistent with the idea that we are free people. Okay, so this is not about some compromise in the mushy middle. This is not about persuading people that the policy is bad and should be better. One of the big tests that most people and most institutions in this country utterly failed, of course, was COVID. But not because the policies were wrong or based upon bad science or because the masking didn't work or because the vaccines weren't tested. That's not the reason. The reason is you can't have people with the power to make those kinds of policies, even if everything worked fine, even if the vaccines were different, even if the masks were better, even if the distancing worked. It doesn't matter. You want to be free. So here's my problem. I mean, Leighton and I have talked about this, and it's one of our favorite subjects. He was talking about unity. And there was a time when countries like Canada had a kind of consensus about a set of values and a common background. Not universal, but fairly common. Here's the problem. In 2026, if you are going to insist upon unity, and unity, after all, means unanimity. If you are going to insist upon unity, you are asking for a unity you do not want. Because, I'm sorry, the kind of people we have in this room, here's the bitter truth in 2026. The kind of people we have in this room today in Canada are a minority. If you're asking for unity, you are inviting the majority out there who believe in all these bad ideas to insist that you do too. And that, in fact, is exactly what you're getting from all of this liberal legislative agenda, requiring you not to be hateful in the way that they describe. That is unity, not the one we're imagining, but the idea of unity itself. I'm sorry, the idea of unity itself, an enforced unity, is entirely consistent with a communist regime. What you want is the freedom to think for yourself, the freedom to dissent, the freedom to follow your own values, even if those values do not, in fact, line up with your neighbors. And I don't mean your next door neighbor. I mean your neighbors in New Brunswick, because you're all part, so far, of the same country. Okay? Long ago, we made a mistake. We made a constitutional mistake. It's the same mistake a lot of other countries made. In constitutional terms, the United States, I think, has fared the best. The U.S. Constitution, I think, is the best one going, but even the U.S. Constitution in 2026 has been shown not to work. They have their own problems. They may not be as extreme as ours in this country, but they're not great. Here's the constitutional mistake. Sean referred to a constitutional crisis. I agree with him. But a constitutional crisis, when you use that term, what that usually connotes is a conflict inside the borders of the Constitution. That is, for example, the government has refused to follow a court's order, or the bureaucracy is doing something that the legislature has told them they can't do. In other words, one of these three branches is misbehaving, or there's a conflict between the provinces and the federal government, and they can't resolve it. In other words, within the state, and by the state I mean all of its bits together, the provinces and the federal government, the legislatures, including parliament, the bureaucracies, the ministries, the agencies, the commissions, the bureaucrats, and the courts. All of these bits are parts of the state. And when we say constitutional crisis, we usually mean that some of those bits are fighting with each other and it cannot be resolved. But that's not the kind of constitutional crisis we have right now. Our constitutional crisis is the opposite. Here's what I mean. One of the designs of our Constitution, not so expressly as the American, but still it's there, is that we have a separation of powers. We have three branches of government. We have legislatures who are elected. We have legislators. We have the executive branch in the states headed by the president, but in our system headed by either the prime minister or the premier, depending upon whether it's provincial or federal, and the cabinet. And we have the courts. So legislature, executive, and courts. It's the checks and balances model. The idea is, well, if you have different branches with different jobs, they'll be able to check each other's power. Okay. That may have worked from time to time. Here's our constitutional crisis. It is not that they are fighting. It's that they all agree. They all agree. Now, they have their disputes and their quarrels, sure. But in the big picture, they all agree. What do they agree about? They agree that the job of the state is to manage society. That's it. And moreover, the people largely agree. And as long as you have that, you got nothing. You can maybe occasionally change bad policy to slightly better policy. You can change bad abuse to slightly less bad abuse. You can fix a particular issue, perhaps, sometimes. You can defeat one government and elect a new one in the hope that the new one will do something that the old one did not. But this is not a select your leader problem. What you have is a system problem. And the constitutional mistake is this. A long time ago, there was a king. Well, lots of kings. But in England, the king was the law. You had a concentration of power in one person. And eventually, they said, this won't do. When the king says, off with her head, she loses her head. So what are we going to do? Here's what they did. They said, we're going to take power from the king, and we're going to move it. And we're going to move it from the king to an elected legislature. So that legislature will represent the people, and it is the legislature that will make the laws. And hallelujah, power to the people. Here's the problem. Over time, the people found that legislatures could be tyrants too. And so they said, we have another problem. What are we going to do? The Americans came along first and said, well, we're going to have some rights. We're going to create a Bill of Rights. And we're going to create those rights so that the people, as individuals, can limit what legislatures can do. Great, so now we have rights, except there's a problem. How are the rights enforced? Well, that depends upon courts. So here's what we've done so far. We started with a king. We took power from the king and gave it to legislatures. They turned out to be tyrants too. We took power from legislatures and gave it to courts. Oh, but now it turns out that the courts are activists and they're making policies that we don't like. So let me ask you a question. Where should the power lie? If the problem is the legislatures and the courts, and by the way, the king came back on the scene not as a king, the king is still there, but there's somebody else sitting in the throne now, the executive branch of government, and that is the deep state. The bureaucratic managerial state. These are now our three branches: legislature, managerial state, and courts. Okay? If these are all problems, where are you going to move the power to next? And that brings me to the mistake. Here's the mistake that we made for my money. Every step along the way, all we have ever done is move power around from king to legislature to courts to managerial state. What we have never done and should have done long ago is not move power around, but take power away. In other words, the power is supposed to rest with you. And as long as it does not, all of this moving around, it's not going to work. All of this condemning of this group or that group, blame the WEF, or blame the WHO, and blame the liberals, and blame this leader, and blame your politicians for not honoring the Constitution, that's a waste of breath. Because you are going to have people in government who want to do what you do not want them to do. That's just the fact of it. You are never going to control them. Here's the problem with all that you've heard today. The problem about all you've heard today is not that it is illegal. The problem is the opposite. The problem is that everything you've heard is legal. Is legal. The system allows all of this to be legal. The problem is the system itself. The legal system itself works in a certain way that makes all of this perfectly legal. And until we fix that, until we make a system that is not able to be dishonored, you cannot depend for your freedom upon the honor, or lack thereof, of the people that you elect. That's not going to work. If your Constitution depends on the honor of the people with power, your Constitution does not work. Because you're going to get some of those people. I don't mean to paint them all with the same brush. I don't mean everybody who's elected. I don't mean everybody who's a bureaucrat. I don't mean all the judges. That's not what I mean. What I mean is you're going to get people who believe that their job is to manage you. Maybe for evil and maybe for perfectly good, benign reasons. Doesn't matter which. The fact of the matter is they think their job is to manage you. Okay, which brings me to Alberta independence. Because one of the very few potential solutions to the situation that we are in is to politically disrupt this country. Without political disruption, it is very unlikely, in my view, that this country and its people will see fit to confront their very basic fundamental problems. You need political disruption. The potential separation of a province is one such thing. Now, I'm not, you probably know better than I do what the possibilities are. I'm not here to make predictions. I have no idea. But I do know what the possible dangers are. And the first one for me is this, besides not getting there. If you did get there, what are the potential dangers? First one for me is this, that what you would get in the end in an independent Alberta, because of what the people want, is something that's almost exactly the same as what you have now. An awful lot of people in Alberta who I perceive to be sympathetic to independence are wary of change. But change is the point. Well, if you don't want change, then why are you doing this at all? I debated Jason Kenney on independence a few months ago. And there was one thing that he said that I thought, you know, maybe he's got a point. And the one thing was, he said, the people of Alberta want a full-service welfare state. If he is right, and it's a big if, I hope he's wrong, but if he is right, there is no point. The whole point is you do not want a full-service welfare state because it is within the system that produces one that allows one to function where all our problems arise. So for me, that is the purpose of Alberta independence, to free yourself from the governing system that exists in Canada and, frankly, exists in Alberta and in all the other provinces as well. In other words, the way I've put it is, the purpose of independence is to do two things. Number one, to escape the Canada that is outside Alberta. And number two, to purge the Canada that is inside Alberta. And maybe that's a good point to invite the others back up here. We're sitting down now, right? Yeah? No. Oh, right, sure. You want this? I want that. Yeah. Okay, very good.
Well, that was powerful. And I think that it's important to remember, like, so, you know, there's discussions in some circles. So if Alberta was to separate, then, you know, well, we want a Republican system, or let's have a Westminster style system, which is what we have. Well, both of those, then you've already lost, because both of those systems vest power in a power structure, as opposed to power being vested in the individual citizen with exceptions. Like right now, you know, when Mr. Party was speaking this morning or earlier today and showing that, wait a second, property rights in REM act against everyone, meaning that it's only because others are being restrained that you have any right. Well, it's only if government is restrained. Like right now, all power is vested in the government. The federal government could literally go to war right now with Russia, say we're tired with this Ukraine thing, we're declaring war, and we're conscripting every single person between the ages of 40 and 65 because everyone else is, the youngers are essential, and threat of death if you don't go. Like literally they have the power of life and death over us. They have that much power. They have the power to conscript us to go and die in a war, but try to kill other people we may or may not have any interest in killing before we get killed. They have the power of life and death over us. They can and have made things that were perfectly legal before illegal. But the problem is the power of life and death is vested in the state, and we're granted little exemptions like, oh, yeah, you can enjoy property with only these state agents coming on. Where really power has to be vested in the individual, with exceptions being granted to the state, the narrow exceptions of keeping the peace, civic defense, things like that. So, yeah, so it's a very interesting world, isn't it, that we live in. I want to segue a little bit. I was talking about political myths earlier. I just kind of want to take the temperature. How many people have read the entire Constitution of Canada? No, honestly, how many? Put up your hand. Okay, so I got like maybe 3 hands up. Now, and when I say read the entire Constitution, sometimes when I ask that question publicly, and this is an important question, I'm going to have fun with this, but this is of fundamental importance. When I say the whole Constitution, some people put their hands up because they've read the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and they think that's the Constitution. But I'm talking, starting with the British North America Act of 1867, there's been other acts amending it. There's orders in council, and then, the Constitution Act of 1982, the whole thing. So how many people have read the whole Constitution of Canada? Okay. And so of those 3, 2 are lawyers. Now, those two lawyers are exceptional lawyers, because I think they'll agree with me that if we had 1,000 lawyers in this room and they were asking the question honestly, that maybe 10, will honestly have read the whole Constitution. Now, what's interesting about that question, but I want to ask a couple more before I get to what's interesting about that, is so you'd agree with me we live in a democracy, right? Okay, well, I'm going to say we don't, but at least we have representative democracy because, we elect people in our regions to represent us. Yeah. Some of you have watched my other videos. I know it. So, yeah, okay. So we have political myths. And one of these myths is that we live in a democracy. But a democracy is where citizens to get actually to vote, to participate in decisions that they want to participate in. Well, federally, I'm not aware, and I'm in my 7th decade, I'm not aware of ever having the opportunity or there ever being an opportunity during my lifetime for the citizens to actually vote on a single issue, big or small. I spoke earlier about UNDRIP and the UNDRIP Act. Are we participating in basically institutionalizing racial property ownership in Canada? Which basically will ensure poverty. No, so the point is, but we do call ourselves a democracy, and you've called ourselves a democracy, and I find myself referring to Canada as a democracy. Well, this is a political myth that we've been taught. Another we have representative democracy. Okay, so you don't get to vote on every issue, but, we all have a riding, and we elect representatives that then represent our riding, which is why you're constantly being badgered by your MP. Well, how do you want me to vote on these issues? Right? I'm getting tired of it. Just make up your own mind once in a while. Quit bugging me. And we're laughing because we are never asked by your MP, because they're not free to vote, because we're in a party system. So if you elect a Liberal MP, there's a Liberal whip, and the Liberal MP has to vote as the Liberals vote, and Conservative and NDP, same thing. In fact, it's so rare that they're allowed to vote outside of party lines that there's a special name for it. It's called a free vote. And in the odd time in our history when we've had a free vote, they don't even ask the riding how they want to vote. They're just allowed to vote how they want to vote. But we have this myth. And this, the myth that we're a democracy, the myth that we have, we representative, democracy, these help us buy into the system, right? Like I was raised to hate the evil empire of the Soviet Union so that I would be willing to go and die fighting for democracy, fighting for representative government, fighting for Western liberal democracy, fighting for my country, Canada. I mean, when that Berlin Wall fell, I was personally relieved. I remember saying to myself, I don't have to go. I don't have to go dying fighting Russians in Europe or this evil Soviet empire. Like, I was relieved. Well, I felt obligated to go because of these political myths. And one of the biggest political myths is that we're a country, or that we even have a constitution. I mean, I say we're in a constitutional crisis just to frame it, because we all actually believe we have a constitution. Similar, the United States has a constitution. They, like founding fathers, got together and they negotiated and they fought and they hammered out the details of a document that was going to set out how their government system is going to operate, and they've decided on a Republican model with division of powers to try and act as checks and balances. Problem being that the power is vested in the government anyway, but at least let's manage it with checks and balances. Well, that's what we think of when we think of constitution. Like, Canada's got a constitution. So do you understand that every single piece of our constitution is basically United Kingdom Parliament laws or orders in council? See, look, as many people don't. And isn't that interesting, right? Like, so, you mean we haven't ever gotten together ourselves and decided how we're going to be governed? No, we're a total colony. So the laws that govern us are passed in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom Parliament, the laws that govern us are laws passed by the United Kingdom Parliament that sets out how this colony named Canada is going to be governed. So the main one, but the British North America Act of 1867, it sets out, you'll have the federal government that has these powers, Section 91. You've got the provinces that will have these powers, Section 92, this and that, Senate, the whole thing. It's the main part of our Constitution. And it's a British statute. They're all British statutes. We have an amending formula that the UK Parliament granted us when they passed the Constitution Act of 1982. But everyone, Bruce and Leighton will agree with me, we can't use it. Like, the test is too high. So for us to change our Constitution, we would have to ask the British Parliament to pass a law amending the other British Parliament acts that govern us. Okay, that's the reality. And yet we've got this political myth that we're an independent country. Well, there's a parliamentary rule that governs the UK Parliament, is that they can't bind themselves. So even if they passed a law saying, well, you can't do this, you can't change that, they can. They can't alienate, one parliament can't alienate the power of a future parliament. So they are perfectly free to amend our Constitution. Okay, full stop. So the United Kingdom Parliament, who we don't get to elect, that we have no say, gets to amend our Constitution. So, okay, I just want to go through some fun bits. And I actually brought my copy of the Constitution with me because I actually, want to read from it. It's a little more powerful if I do. Do you know what executive power is? So the President of the United States is the executive. So, so Congress and the Senate pass laws, that's legislative. But somebody's got to manage the thing. Somebody's got to enforce the law. Somebody has to run the government. Somebody's got to run the state. You got courts to arbitrate between the two, but somebody's got to run it. That's the executive. And Canadians, we're taught, you're in high school or law class, you're going to be taught the federal government, the executive is the prime minister and cabinet. You're going to be taught that. I was taught that. Most of us believe that the federal cabinet is our executive. Who's our executive? No, the king. The Constitution says very clearly the king is our executive. Now, the king is the executive of several countries, and the king's pretty busy doing king stuff. So how are you gonna, you gotta have a managerial team. Like I've had managers, I've managed things, I've run businesses and law offices of various sizes, and sometimes you need managers. So the Constitution, the British statute that says the king is our executive, establishes a Privy Council office to basically assist the king in running the Dominion of Canada. Now, a prime minister and cabinet ministers, while they're sitting, are members of the Privy Council, but they're only members of a bigger Privy Council, which contains unelected members. On June 10th, the federal government introduced the Digital Safety Act, which is, going to bring in the Ministry of Truth. It's not called that. And this surveillance grid. And one thing I found very interesting is it says, well, the minister is, they appoint the minister, the king appoints the minister. The minister is a member of the King's Privy Council. Well, that could be somebody who's not elected, and it doesn't even have, it could be somebody who isn't Canadian and doesn't live in Canada. Well, that's kind of interesting, eh? Head of the Ministry of Truth doesn't have to be a Canadian and doesn't have to be an elected official. But it's in our face. So the king is our executive, and the Privy Council office is set up to manage our affairs. And if somebody asked me who has more power, the prime minister or the clerk of the Privy Council office, I'd say it depends, because the prime minister gets to pass legislation. Sure, the king has to agree and sign it, at least through his representative, the governor general. And sure, they can't pass spending laws without the king inviting them to. I'll get to that in a moment. So, but the prime minister's got some legislative making power, but the clerk of the Privy Council runs the office that runs the government and isn't elected and survives government. So who's more powerful? I don't know. Now, if I appoint managers, so, the king is very happy because it keeps us supporting the system, the political myth that we're a democracy, the political myth that we're a representative government, the political myth that we're a country. We're all happier thinking that we elect the government and that the government has real power over us. Well, the government does have real power over us because the king, that's the managerial system that has been imposed on us by the United Kingdom Parliament. So as long as things are running fine, I think the king leaves us alone by and large. Just like if I've trained a manager and I'm happy with what the manager is doing, I only interject when I want a change in direction or on a specific point. I disagree, right? And where real power is in spending. And I'm going to read to you out of our Constitution a section that I find shocking, but I find it fun, because if our federal cabinet was in power, they would have the money, they would have the power to spend money without the king's permission. And so I want to read to you section 54 of the British North America Act of 1867, the main part of our Constitution. And this tells you where power lies. It starts off with, it shall not be lawful. That's pretty clear, right? Like, you can't do this. It shall not be lawful. That's kind of like, the wizard in that Tolkien thing where the demon's trying to cross and he says, you shall not pass. It shall not be lawful for the House of Commons to adopt or pass any vote, resolution, address, or bill for the appropriation of any part of the public revenue or of any tax or impost to any purpose that has not first been recommended to the House by message of the Governor General in session. It shall not be lawful for the federal government to spend, the House of Commons to spend a single penny without the Governor and General, the King's representative, first inviting the House of Commons to pass that law. That's interesting, isn't it? Now that is restricting your manager's powers. Don't spend my money without me inviting you to do it. So I'm just saying this and bringing this to your attention to introduce to you that it's a political myth that we're a country. And I shared with you earlier today, I mean, how is it that the king owns our land in the first place? Like, really, it's just a ship with the Union Jack arrived and then settlers, and they moved in, and we've just accepted that we inherited a feudal system and that the British Crown owns all the land. And it's been imposed on us without any discussion with us, really. Like, yeah, we had this circus in 1982, but our Constitution is still an act, all of it's an act and some orders in council of the British Parliament. Like, just to show how ridiculous this is, let's say Quebec voted to separate. We won't touch the hot potato, or Quebec or Alberta. So let's say they both vote to separate. And let's say they, even want to be the same country. Well, we'll just stick with Quebec. So Quebec votes to separate. Would Quebec be an independent country if they said, well, and I got to back up, who's head of our armed forces? The king. It's clear. Constitution says the king is the head of our armed forces, which is why they all swear allegiance to the king, which is why our MPs and prime minister swear allegiance to the king, not to us, not to the British statutes governing us that we call a constitution. They swear allegiance to the king. Same with the provincial ones, same with the judges. Okay? Like, isn't that? Same with the police. Lawyers, yes. I don't even remember the oath. I took it in 1995. I didn't know anything. And I actually am interested to get a copy. I'm sure that lawyers take an oath to the king. Right? So, yeah, no, it's just, it's absolutely fascinating that that's where we go. But let's say, let's go Alberta, because we're in Alberta. So Alberta decides to separate. Would they be a separate nation if they said, well, we need a king. We've just left the British king, so we don't want that king. But Spain's got a king. So they asked the Spanish king, would you be head of armed forces, Alberta Armed Forces? Would you be head of Alberta Executive? And would you set up an unelected committee that would help you run the executive? And we're actually going to need some laws governing how we're going to set up our institutions. So would you, Spanish Parliament, please pass those laws that are going to govern us? Is that how you set up an independent country? Like, the rest of the world would look and say, man, those Albertans, they know how to be independent? Do you see how ridiculous this is? But that's Canada. So why is it in 2026 that the head of our executive is the king? That when our legislative bodies pass laws, the king has to sign them into law for them to become law? That the governor general has to invite the House of Commons to spend money, or it shall not be lawful. Surely we couldn't have foreign policy that conflicts with the United Kingdom when the King of the United Kingdom is head of our armed forces. Like, how is that in 2026? Well, because we've accepted political myths to be true, and then so we're managed, right? So we really don't have much power. Now, I want to switch to the attack on the family farm. And, you know, we've had, Bruce has kind of talked about already how basically, because we've got this feudal system where the king is our superior landlord, that the king can take away power, our rights over land. And I like to think of ownership as really describing who gets to decide what to do with something. So just to use an example that Bruce used earlier, you know, if an owner of a house leases the house to somebody else, the owner has lost the right to possession and the leasee has it. But, you know, unless it's some crazy lease like I've never seen, the person leasing the house knows they can't, you know, take out walls and change windows and stuff like that, because that's something that the owner gets to decide. You see how it's gets to decide. Who gets to decide what happens with something? Think of ownership as that way. Well, who gets to decide? And the reason why it's important to think that way is then you come to understand, you know, well, when the Alberta government just has a bill to protect animal welfare, that all of a sudden inspectors can come on any property with an animal without a warrant, without any prior concern that there could be any problem. Well, you've now lost the right not to have state agents come onto your property and search your records and search your outbuildings and catalog all your animals. You see, you had ownership before, because before this law, and this law is going to pass. Like, what law doesn't pass? So before you had ownership in that, state agents couldn't come onto your property to snoop around. But now you've lost that right. So you're basically losing ownership. You need to understand that ownership is who gets to decide. I mean, who's heard of One Health, the World Health Organization, One Health? Ooh, now this is scary, because this, you know, I'm assuming this is a rural crowd, a farming crowd. One Health, that's why we're now tracing animals. That's why we're redefining our relationship with animals as a pandemic risk. It's a World Health Organization. It's their main program, One Health. It's governing our pandemic response because we are a pan-national state and we follow the World Health Organization. So like the Constitution that you haven't read, the documents that influence you more than anything, but you're not encouraged to read it. You'd think you'd have to read it in kindergarten and grade 1 and grade 2 and grade 3 and know it like Americans used to before they wanted to undermine theirs. They had to learn about it so they'd know about it. But you deliberately don't know about it so that the political myths that make you easy to govern are believed, because you wouldn't believe them if you read the Constitution. Well, One Health you're not told about, but it's governing so many things. Who knows about 30-30? Okay, so you kind of heard about that. So Canada has signed another international treaty, this is years ago, committing itself to setting aside 30% of our oceans and 30% of our lands to wilderness. Well, the king owns it all. This is the thing. If we accept this, and I'm saying we have to not accept it, but so that's what 30-30 is. That's not what the agreement, the treaty, I've got it in my notes, I can tell you what the treaty is called, but that's where 30-30 comes from. And the interesting thing is if you look at it online, the government is setting aside tracts of lands in partnership with Aboriginal bands, which is again, now, what? So you mean 3% of the population gets to manage wildlife preserves, and the 97% of us don't have any say in that? You see how so they're actually using that treaty to further institutionalize racism, but they're supposed to be wilderness preserves, so no development. So, and it's part of the One Health. So One Health is really interesting. And when you understand it, you understand, well, okay, a third. So One Health basically has 3 groups. And you can go to the World Health Organization and verify everything I'm saying. And the important thing to understand is the 3 groups are equal. So if one group is encroaching upon the other group, that group has to be curtailed. And so one group is humans. Another group is animals. And the third is just the environment other than humans and animals, so plants and land and stuff. And if humans are encroaching upon animals and the land, well, they have to be curtailed, and they're all equal, so 30%. So 33.3% is a third. So we need to set aside a third of the land that humans, including land that humans use, to turn it into wilderness preserve, because the animals and just the land itself, like plants and bacteria and that, are as equal as humans. So humans can't encroach upon them. Do you see 15-minute cities coming? It's One Health that basically is the motivation for this 15-minute cities getting us off the land. And they're using 2 themes. So political myths. One is climate change. And they started that decades ago, just like they started decades ago to teach us that there were just these huge historical wrongs. And so that we basically have to compensate racial groups that, you know, people that didn't suffer those wrongs, and people that didn't perpetrate the wrongs are responsible for pain. Like, that starts in the education system, these myths. But another one is climate change. So we have people graduating from high school today that actually believe they're a burden on society, that they shouldn't succeed and do things, and that we're all going to die of climate. They actually believe this. There's surveys done. So part of it is so the government is creating this political myth that we need to protect the climate, and One Health is the big overlying framework there. So one of the reasons why we need to get 30% of the land back is to protect climate. But the other political myth that is coming, well, it's in One Health, but it's now being imposed in Alberta and the other provinces, is let's redefine human interaction with farm animals as a pandemic risk, right? So we've been living with farm animals forever. I mean, even how long ago in the prairies was it not uncommon to live above the barn because you'd freeze to death otherwise, and we weren't having pandemics. But this is just the political myth. So they're redefining how we interact with animals as a pandemic risk, which is why, you know, like bird flu, right? Swine flu, foot and mouth disease, BSE, where we create these scares. You know, I think it was Bill 293, the Pandemic Preparedness Act, that actually passed the House of Commons before the, you know, Parliament, we had an election. So it didn't pass the Senate, didn't become law, but it actually obligated the Minister of Health to phase out traditional forms of agriculture that posed a pandemic risk, and to source other forms of protein, which is why they're building insect farms everywhere. So did you know the House of Commons actually passed a law to get rid of cows, chickens, and pigs? Well, that's interesting though, isn't it? Because of we're reframing it as a pandemic risk. So, you know, dairy farmers are already experiencing pro-action. And so just go online, type in pro-action, and you'll see the Canadian Dairy Board is saying this is now a mandatory thing for dairy farmers. And it's mandatory because once a province buys in, you won't get paid for your milk unless you comply. And there's 2 parts to it. So there's this kind of like long work section part saying, well, you need to have a standard operating procedure for this. So you actually have to do a hazard evaluation. You have to pay people to come onto your farm, including a veterinarian, to basically do a hazard evaluation because your dairy farm is a pandemic risk. You actually have to have a standard operating procedure if your neighbor comes over for coffee and has ignored the signs you've put, the biohazard signs. So if your neighbor comes over for coffee, no word of a lie, you have to have a procedure. Well, how are you going to have protected your animals from the risk and yourself from the risk that your neighbor posed? You have to have a veterinary, pay for a veterinarian to basically come and how are we managing this? How are we managing that? I interviewed a dairy farmer that they've been dairy farmers on that land for 76 years in Alberta. They've been on the land longer, but they've been dairy farming for 76 years. So grandfather, father, and now third generation. And I'm talking to this guy and it's clear, like he loves his cows, right? Like cows live on his farm for like 20, 23 years. They don't sell, like they keep their cows. And you could just tell like the guy's like super proud, loves his cows. Now you tell me, third generation dairy farmer, 76 years, does anyone know better than that guy how to keep dairy cows healthy? Aside from the fact that he loves his animals, their livelihood depends on their herd being healthy, right? So, well, now ProAction is in, and they've had to hire the veterinarian and do the health. Well, so he told me, like before this ProAction, they would do a vaccine, on calves, the 8-way. And he said, it's because we actually do have a problem with blackleg if we don't do this vaccine. But that would be one vaccine once for a cow that's going to live on the farm 20, 23 years. He says, now we have to do the 8-way twice in the first year of, calf's life, and then every year after, and then listed all the other vaccines that they have to do. And some of them you got to get the veterinarian to do. So costs are going high, and they have to be recording this, tracking and actually scanning the ear tag and all of this, and it goes up to a database. Now, what this is going to do, so this guy knows it's nonsense. His uncle who dairy farmed gave up the quota. Somebody else in their neighborhood gave up the quota because it's becoming onerous. Well, this is rent seeking. But you see, the state imposing this on them is assuming ownership over their farm and over their animals because they didn't have to do this before. Remember, ownership is getting to dictate who does things. So now the state is dictating, you got to do this, you got to do that. I mean, most farmers have looked at the proposal for traceability. Like, really? You got to record if you take your animal to a fair? Or, you're going to go to a community pasture. And this is just the first round. So the object is to let's reframe our interaction with farm animals as a pandemic risk, as a climate risk, right? Some countries are already, it's mandatory, you've got to do that drug to prevent your cows from farting. It's madness, it's absolute insanity, but the younger generation that will be trained this from school and then now will go to university to be farmers, they will be absolutely true believers that there's an honest to goodness climate threat and there's an honest to goodness pandemic risk that farm animals are actually dangerous. Gone are school visits to dairy farms. We'll be separated from our animals. We will get rid of the small farms. It'll become more and more onerous, so less and less people will do it. The joy of farming will be gone. And again, think of it as ownership. Don't think of it as a state burden. Think of it as, okay, they're taking ownership away from me because I've now lost the right to say, I want to raise a pig that you don't know about. I want to raise a chicken you don't know about. I don't want to have to use the feed that you tell me to use. I've been looking at cloning because Health Canada said we can have cloned meat and we don't have to tell anyone, we don't have to label it, and it makes no economic sense. It makes no economic sense at all. I'm not talking artificial insemination. That is not cloning. So, cloning is where you take the nucleus out of the egg and you insert the full genetic material from a cell of the animal you want to clone and you inject it, and then you have to manipulate it with electricity and chemicals to make the egg think it's been fertilized, and it's called a zygote. Now, most of those eggs aren't viable. So you see the expense already. And then those that take, a lot of them don't make full gestation. And let's just talk cows. Then those few that actually make it full term, a large number of them are too big to be delivered and you got a C-section. So now you've upped your costs. Plus, will that cow be able to deliver again without a C-section? So now you've really upped your costs. And then the calf is going to require way more veterinary care because they're not as robust. So nobody's going to do this for economic reasons. The small farmer is not going to raise cloned meat. But Health Canada, in their document justifying this, actually admits we got all these problems. It's not economic, but there's an advantage. There's a real advantage. And listen carefully to this. The advantage is introducing biopharmaceuticals and genetic modifications into the population. Well, if, so let's say they want to vaccinate us through meat. Well, I mean, are they going to try 10,000 times before they get that cow that makes that mRNA vaccine that actually is going to be in large enough numbers that when we eat the hamburger, we're vaccinated? Well, once they got that one cow, their only option is cloning it and getting it into our food supply. That's the only way, is cloning. Well, the small family farm isn't going to do that, but when we consolidate to large corporate farms, they'll do it. So this, I mean, the whole thing's planned, but my point is, you know, this tracing of animals, and it's just the first round. It's going to get more and more and more onerous. You have to understand that is taking away ownership. Don't think of it as, oh, this is an added regulatory burden. No, this is the state saying, we get to decide what happens with your land. We get to decide what happens with your animals. We get to decide whether we come on your land or not. We get to decide whether you can drill a well. We get to decide whether you can do a dugout. Like when I was younger, rural people were the envy. You could buy an empty lot. You could build a house on it. You could drill a well, whether it's a shallow or deep well. You could put a dugout. You could put up outbuildings. You never had to ask for single permission because those governing us wanted us to build a nation. And so if we believed that we had land ownership, I mean, you do it. You would build a farm. You'd make it vibrant. You build the railways. We built the roads, believing, because it served their purposes. They're now in nation destruction. You know, Leighton, it was so beautiful. I mean, he's basically describing how we're being conditioned to accept that things are going to get worse, that we're going to have restrictions on our freedom, that we have to be a poor nation, that we have to be managed. Well, we don't. Our destiny is to be a free, prosperous nation, but we've got this whole population that no longer believes that Canada, can be just spectacular. Well, not only can it, it will, and we all need to be part of it. And I'll just end with that. I got the notion a little earlier. So we're going to have now a panel. So I'll invite Leighton and Bruce up. We're going to have a panel. And Teresa is going to ask the panel questions. And then we're going to have a Q&A from the audience.
Hello, everyone. That's a good way to wake up. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending. We're on to our panel section now, and then afterwards we'll be doing some Q&A from the audience. We're only running about 20 minutes late, which is usually quite remarkable. We're used to running about 4 hours late. So please grab a sandwich or a cup of coffee. This is the part that you're really going to enjoy, or at least required to hear. So the first question that I have here is, I'm not sure who will answer, so we'll just throw it out to you three guys here. What is the legal basis giving the king ownership of Canada?
Oh boy. It's first based in history, right? It's the way the feudal system works. I'm not even sure I would call it ownership. It's the result of conquest, and that conquest, as both Sean and I alluded to, is the conquest in 1066 by William the Conqueror. That's where the feudal system begins, and the premise there is the king holds control of the territory. And basically, that has been the case ever since that moment. And so it is also the case in Canada and in other colonies. The king of the UK is also the king of Canada, and that king, whether in the name of Canada or in the name of the province, each province has a crown as well, but it's the same king. And so that's where it comes from.
Leighton, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, just, I mean, Bruce mentions feudalism. There's a reason why elites really like Marxism, because if you look at Marxism, it's actually just retreaded feudalism, right? Because if you understand what feudalism was, it's where, you know, the lowly worker would pay fealty and would work the land that's owned by the landowner, and really it was the idea that you would own nothing and you'd be happy, except you were miserable, and that's kind of what where they want to take us.
And if I can frame that in, remember, ownership is control. So when you think of communism, well, nobody actually, in theory, owns the land, but the Communist Party, which controls the government, basically does own the land in that they get to decide what happens with it, and they get to decide what happens with other property. So, you know, we are in a full-blown feudalism, but that type of political myth we wouldn't put up with. If they said, well, we're entering a feudal state, so the king owns the land, and we're, you know, through the government, the king's representatives is going to sort out who gets to use it and how, we wouldn't accept that because we've been taught feudalism is bad. Well, communism is just, as Leighton so appropriately said, feudalism by another name, because if you understand ownership as who controls, you don't have to be legal title, it's who controls.
Bruce, what is the government's goal here, both federally and provincially? Maybe answer federally first. Like, what is their goal?
Well, I would put this for both levels of government in a rather than try to identify like a concrete aim that a particular government has down the road. And I'm not saying they don't have those. They may very well. I don't know how concrete the plans are. But I like to describe it in a much more abstract term, in the sense that what they actually value, what they want, is to be able to manage. Like, management is its own goal. There's a really neat passage in 1984, George Orwell. And near the end of the book, Winston Smith's been captured, is being tortured, and O'Brien comes to him and says, I know you have a question. Ask me the question. And Winston Smith says, why? Like, why are you doing this? And O'Brien says, oh, I'm sure that you have a theory about the answer. And Smith goes on something about, you know, for the greater good, and you think you're doing it for us. And O'Brien scolds him. He says, that's the falsehood that all the other regimes have told themselves through history. I will tell you the truth. And the truth is, we want power for power's sake. Power is its own answer. It is the same for this thing I'm calling management. The management means you control. You want to control for the sake of controlling. It is its own justification. The outcomes are usually terrible. If you actually look at the policies and how they work, usually they don't work. Has it deterred them? No, because that's not the point. COVID, I like to describe as the pinnacle achievement of the managerial state. That's not because the policies worked. They didn't work. They were terrible. But the managerial state, for the first time, managed to control everything, subordinated everybody else's interests and desires to their own mandates. And that was the triumphant moment.
Leighton, what's the government's goal?
Well, as I said earlier, I agree with Bruce, but I think if you look at the federal government, as I said, Mr. Carney's telling us what the goal is. He's talking about he wants Canada to be part of a new world order, and the new world order looks to me like the surrender of national sovereignty, which is another way of saying surrender of individual freedom. He wants us to lower our expectations, and that he sees us as being part of a group of post-nation states called the EU. But on some level, that seems to be what the goal is, but I think the deeper goal is what Bruce is talking about, and that is the consolidation of wealth and power in a few people's hands. That is the dream of totalitarians throughout history. So I think that's what's happening federally. Provincially, honestly, I could say a lot of really good things about Danielle Smith. I could say a few good things about her government, but I could not, if I was going to try to say in one sentence, or try to describe what her government has been over the last 4 years, I couldn't tell you. And I think that's a big problem for her, and it's even a worse problem for Alberta. I don't really know how to interpret what is happening provincially, because so much of what we're getting from the provincial government, at least in Alberta, I see as schizophrenic. It's hard to make sense of what they're doing, because on the one hand they talk about they want to drill, they want to create energy policy, and the next moment they're involved in carbon capture and net zero programs. That's an example. So for me, when I see that, it's hard to figure out exactly, and that may be the point. That may be what the reason why you don't see a coherent structure to her government. It's just sort of like, remember, oil of Olay, keep them guessing.
I would just encourage everyone to, when we're done with this taping, and you'll find it online, wouldn't that be wonderful if we just forwarded on links to perhaps our provincial representatives? Because they were asked to attend, as well as the municipal level as well. So, Mr. Buckley, can any of this be fixed by taking cases to court?
Can I jump on the last question?
Let's go
though?
back to the last one.
So, because, Leighton was talking about issues with the provincial government, and, this seems to be an issue as, I think you have to measure government as, are they taking control away from you over significant parts of your life, or are they giving you control back? And, one thing I haven't seen much talk about is they passed provincial government passed a law that would basically prevent you from suing if you're in a car accident. Well, let's think about that from a legal philosophical perspective for a moment. So here we're in this Westminster system, and one of the few gems of that system is that people had the right, if somebody else injured them, to be able to seek redress in the King's courts for that wrong. Now, the two areas where you are most likely to be injured or harmed by somebody and need the court's redress is you're most likely to be injured at work, and they've taken that away with workers' compensation. And now they're taking away, and the second most likely place where you would need to seek redress from injury from somebody else in the King's Court is a car accident, and now they're taking that away. Now, you see, if the state wants to say, well, here's an optional program, so you don't have to go to court if you want, here's another one, fine. But we lose the right to take personal responsibility. And now we're in a full-blown communist state. I don't have a choice if I'm injured at work. I'm in this socialist system called workers' compensation, which most people have an awful experience with. You know, in BC, my firm used to take personal injury files, and you know, you would ask, did this happen at work? And it's like, if it did, it's like, oh, is there any way, like maybe you're driving to work, is there any way we can get you out of that box? Because you were way better off being out of the government box and in the courts being able to seek redress. But here we've workers' compensation, now we've lost it. And so what other areas? We're going to find every area the government taking away our ability to seek redress in the courts. It's all going to be managed and not for our benefit. And that's a fundamental right. And you know, here we've got this, you know, let's protect animals and allow the state onto your property. You know what, it used to be you weren't worried about people coming to your door. Like people in this room right now have been harassed over this census. They've just been relentless. We were, you know, yesterday I was getting in my car to pick Bruce up at the airport and I saw a census guy across the street banging on the door.
We're not making any personal comment regarding ourselves in that.
Right, yeah, okay. So.
Just saying.
But, you know, we're losing the right. Going to court, no, I think it's an absolute waste. I think the courts, you know, the court system is absolutely broken, and the first part of it being broken is that the government gets to pick the government. So the federal government gets to pick all Superior Court judges, and that's the level of court that matters. So just use Constitution for an example. You give me the power to appoint judges, and in 50 years, our constitutional problem is solved. Well, why is that? Because I will only select judges that are going to rule the way I think it should be. And you should never give anyone like me or the government that power. So I don't think the courts are going to solve our problems.
Leighton, do you think the courts are going to solve our problems?
No, I don't think that we can expect, and Bruce put this really well when he said, you know, ultimately, who do we have to blame? You know, it's a matter of taking civic responsibility. Although I would say I would disagree slightly with what Sean said, in that we still have courts, right? And so obviously my opinion is biased since this is my profession and what I do. But I mean, I still think that even though we don't like what's happening with our courts, we don't like a lot of the decisions, I think we still have to keep trying to work, to use the systems that exist, because one of the ways that you can change things is from within. And, you know, yes, we had a lot of bad decisions, but every once in a while we get a pretty good one. You know, like what happened with the Freedom Convoy decision, which was quite unexpected. And so we have to keep trying. I mean, I have a class action that's going to be in court next month in Edmonton, the federal court, on behalf of unvaccinated Canadians. It's a class action. And we're going to be there applying for a certification. You can guess what the Government of Canada's attitude is towards our case. But, you know, I believe that we have to keep trying, because if it is true that all hope is lost in our courts, the way that we're going to sound that out is by bringing cases before the courts. But I think we have to be careful also to paint all judges with the same brush, because I know people who are on the judiciary, and I know there's a lot of good people populating those courts. And we shouldn't, you know, rule out the possibility that, you know, we're going to get some really good decisions that are going to help. And if you look historically, courts go through different periods where they tend to be very focused and very strict in a certain area, and then they'll change that stance. So I still think that while we have the courts and while we have access, we still have to keep trying to make change there. That's my opinion.
Can I put it very briefly? I would put it this way. I agree that there are going to be particular situations in which you can go to a court and maybe get a remedy, because the circumstances are such that it produces that possibility. And that might be a remedy for those people. but you're not going to solve the systemic constitutional governance problem by going to the courts. Because the courts, as I alluded to earlier, the courts are, in the broad abstract sense, on the same page, more or less, as the government and the legislatures. They're not going to disrupt the system. As Leighton says, I agree, there are good judges out there who will apply the law as it exists. The federal court decision about the Emergencies Act is a very good example. That's a great couple of decisions. Very sound, very well done. But going to court is not going to solve the bigger problem.
And I would just also add, we have to understand that judges live in our culture. So, we just had this COVID experience, and, you could almost describe it as a mass hysteria experience. And, history documents time and time again where a whole population believes, or a group of people believe things that aren't necessarily true. For example, I was reading again the book, The Crowd by Gustave Le Bon, published in 1895. And he's describing how a whole collective can believe and actually see something. And one of the examples he gives is there was this French cruiser that in a storm got separated from its sister cruiser and it's looking for it. And then they actually see a whole bunch of rafts with men on them and waving for them and calling for, and every person on the ship saw these sailors in distress, but when they get there, there's just branches in the water. And it was written about, it was documented, like a large crew. Everyone saw the same thing, and there's this mass contagion. Well, with COVID, the judges experienced the same fear. They experienced the pressure, and many of them would have absolutely believed. But as the culture changes, and we're responsible for changing the culture, as the culture changes, the decisions from the court on an issue changes.
A question about 3030. Can you speak to the oil sands? How would that be impacted by 3030? Any thoughts? This was just handed to me.
I don't know.
So there's your answer. We try. How are they getting off the family farm? How are they getting us off the family farm? And I really want to know, who are they? Because people say, oh, they, right? And who are they, and how are they getting us off the family farm? Bruce? Oh, Sean. Yeah, Sean.
So, and I'm very disappointed in the province of Alberta over this, because here, if we talk about our Constitution, so the British statute, that British North America Act of 1867 gives provinces jurisdiction over property and civil rights. So the province should be handling, what's happening with the family farm. But the trick that the federal, and this is all gamed out a long time ago. So about 25 years ago, the federal government made a decision, we're going to get rid of the small abattoirs and consolidate into big meat packing plants. And this was a step for today. So, and it's not that it was safer. Why would, I remember getting calls from small abattoirs, and most of them were being managed by people that had gotten, master's degree and PhDs in Europe, where they have that for running things like abattoirs. It had nothing to do with safety. It had to do with consolidation. Well, the federal government knew that they had a problem. They already knew that they would be reframing our interaction with animals as a pandemic risk. So now what they did is they passed the Safe Food for Canadians Act and then regulations, the Safe Food for Canadian regulations, which, admits, well, we don't have jurisdiction over farming in a province, but we have jurisdiction over trade that crosses a provincial border or a national border. So if any agricultural product is going to cross a border, it is now subject to these Safe Food for Canadian federal regulations. Well, we've consolidated our meat packers. So if you sell a cow to a meat packer, you can't say that a piece of hamburger isn't going to cross a border, and same with dairy. So we've consolidated, so now the federal government has jurisdiction and is imposing these strict regulations that are reframing our interactions with animals as a pandemic risk, but provinces like Alberta are playing along. and doing their provincial part. And so you see, I see the provinces on every issue. The provinces should be standing up and saying, no, you are encroaching onto our jurisdiction, and you've created the framework so that you've got jurisdiction when really you don't. They're doubling down and playing along. It's going to be provincial inspectors coming onto your farm and enforcing these regulations. It's provincial inspectors that won't need a warrant and can just come to see. So you'll no longer have the right to sit down and eat, barbecue outside and not have state inspectors show up. You won't be able to tell them to leave. They can just insist you drop everything and assist them in assessing your farm, and it's just the beginning. So,
Yeah. So you can ask this question about all of these issues. Who is they? And my answer usually is, it doesn't matter who they is. Because if you managed to identify somebody in particular and rooted them out, you would still get the same thing. Because more people would replace them. It's more a function of a set of ideas. And there is a class of people in bureaucracies, in governments, in pharma companies, in professional regulators, who all believe in the premises upon which the system is based. It's same thing happened during COVID. COVID was not orchestrated by some small room of a small group of people pulling strings and issuing memos. Everybody understood what they were supposed to do, and they all did it in various jurisdictions: federal government, provincial government, municipalities, public health authorities. Everybody understood what the ideas were. They bought into them. They thought they were doing good. Most people who are on these agendas think they're doing the right thing in the public interest. The problem, again, is the belief in expertise to frame the public interest in a way that overrides individual interests. If you have that, you've got a problem, and it does not matter who they is.
I just sort of add on to what Bruce just said. What they agree on is a strategy that I called, in a commentary I wrote for my show, called rationed abundance. So in Alberta, we're sitting on really an embarrassment of riches in terms of we know that we have abundant water, abundant land, abundant energy, mining, all these things. But these people are telling us that we have to ration. It's a psyop, because if they convince us that there's scarcity, then of course that impacts our personal freedom, that impacts the amount that we can produce. But what it produces are some really awful things, like a scarcity of food, a scarcity of energy. It produces poverty, starvation, and in some cases, death. If you look at the history of the Soviet Union or communist China, Maoist China, what happens when you start rationing abundance sort of in that way. And one of the key distinctions between capitalism and Marxism or socialism is that capitalism is a philosophy of abundance. If we work hard and if we use resources wisely, we can create more and more and more, and that works to the benefit of all. Marxism is a philosophy of envy and scarcity that says, you're rich, you worked hard, but you don't own that stuff. In fact, it's awful, you awful capitalist, and we have to take that away from you. And the state, as Bruce says, comes in and redistributes all of that, mostly to themselves.
We'll be asking, I'll be coming down into the audience in just a few moments, and I'll be asking if you have any particular questions. My next question that I want to hear, because I'm a mom and a grandma, I have 11 grandchildren.
Bravo.
Thank you. That's pretty good, eh? What direction, and I'll let you decide who wants to answer this first. What direction would you give to our younger Canadians? What direction?
You want me to answer this? So I don't think that younger Canadians are getting a fair shake. And they deserve one. And so there's only two choices. Either we and they together fix this, or they should get out. They should go someplace that will, if they can find a place that's stable and will give them fair opportunity based upon their own merit, then they better go, because that is not happening right now in this country.
We were in an event in Grimsby, Ontario, and that question was asked, and Bruce said the same thing, except I think not the first part, just they should leave. And so, a lot of people got upset. Some people got up and left. But it's true, isn't it? Could you imagine, like you're a 20-year-old, so you got the whole life ahead of you. Well, okay, the federal government is about to overlay, no, please don't bring questions up. Teresa's gonna come down, and it's because you're coming up in front of the camera. So you're like 20 years old. Well, you want to buy a house, or you want to buy, a farm. You want to make it work, but the government is in the process of basically making it so that you can't own anything, and basically over-regulating. This administrative state is completely out of control. How are you going to make it? Like it's funny. Like, we've segued in the NHPPA into these property issues, and it's a little off topic for us, but nobody else was doing it. And it came about because we were invited by the Ontario landowners to go speak, and we were invited by, the Elk Commission to come and speak. And so it's like, okay, I better get to know these issues. Well, I have to tell you, we were so alarmed that we were having I shouldn't use past tense, the discussion, should we leave Canada? Because what if in Alberta, we turn on the radio and learn that morning that now there's Aboriginal title because of a treaty under UNDRIP over our property. Now, do I have any equity where I could buy a place somewhere else? Like, have I lost my ability to have any self-determination? Because that's what happens under a communist state. That's what happens when they take your property away. I wouldn't, as a young person, willingly put myself in that position.
And I should just add, as many of you may know, that in Canada, unlike in the US, institutionalized discrimination against white boys is fully constitutional, fully legal. You can tell that just by looking, for example, at the job opening listings at universities, which are designated for particular groups. Only if you are a member of that group are you eligible to apply for the jobs. That people have an incorrect assumption that must be illegal. In the US, I think it probably is because of recent decisions of the US Supreme Court. In Canada, it is not, both under the Constitution, Section 15(2), and under provincial human rights codes. That kind of discrimination is perfectly okay.
My answer was going to show my conservative roots. That is, I would tell young people to read old books. Why do I say that? Because our old books contain wisdom, and they also are a repository of the values that have been transmitted from our forebears into now. And now I'm not saying I want to go back to, the Victorian era or even the 1950s. That's not what I'm talking about. But the concept of conservatism is that we have a vision, a concept of what is beautiful, and we carry that forward, those things that are beautiful, that are worth keeping, and we transmit them forward through our children, through our grandchildren, because those values do withstand the test of time. The world changes. I mean, we've got tremendous technological changes with AI and everything else, but those values are transcendent, and they can be carried forward. And if we're any nation, as I said earlier, you got to have land, you got to have a people, and you have to have a set of shared values. If you don't have all that, you really don't have a country. And all those things are under attack right now. So if our young people, what I would say to them is learn more about the real history of Canada. Pick up a book written by Pierre Berton, for example, right? We have a really great history in our country. We have a lot to be proud of. There's few countries I can think of that have less to apologize for and more to be proud of than Canada. And unfortunately, our young people just haven't been told the real truth about our country.
This is a curious question. Would Alberta independence solve our property problems? Just curious.
It depends. It depends a lot on what was created afterwards. I mean, the answer might be yes, if you got a different kind of constitution, different kind of government, different kind of set of values. But if all Alberta does is get rid of Ottawa, then the answer is no. Keep in mind that most property intrusions, not all of them by any means, but most of them come through the provincial government or delegations of authority from the provincial government. Property is an area of provincial jurisdiction. So, except in those areas that Sean was referring to where the federal government is interfering, and they do, no doubt about it, but nevertheless, the province has the power in many of these situations to say, no, thank you, please stay away. Your Alberta government is not doing that any more than any other provincial government. So if things don't change on that basis, then the answer is no.
Yeah, it's important to remember, if you study history, most independence movements fail. They either don't make it, or a country becomes independent and it's worse than it was under the previous government. I mean, just look, continental Africa, for example. I mean, you can make a really strong argument to say that a lot of those places were better governed when they were under imperial governance from European powers than they are now. Some of the worst human rights offenders, some of the poorest countries in the world, where they have the most abusive totalitarian governments, are in countries where independence was achieved, but it didn't do anything good for the people, as Bruce says. So I think Bruce is absolutely right. If Alberta independence is just going to give us a different government, we're just sort of changing the color of the coat that we're putting on our government, then it's really a futile exercise. What really has to happen is meaningful change. We have to make significant changes, corrections in the structure of government, where our values are different. We have to be focused on things like freedom and prosperity, individual responsibility, human flourishing. Those are the things that we need. And of course, all of that is mostly achieved by having smaller government. What we have in Canada right now is a hyperabundance of government. We've become accustomed to it. We think that's our natural state of things. But actually, that historically, that is the worst possible situation for any society that values freedom and prosperity and human flourishing.
Yeah, and I think, at the base of it, we've got a spiritual problem happening. And I agree completely with what Bruce and Leighton have said. There's already been talk about, a Republic of Alberta or adopt a Westminster system. And then we're just back to where we are, because there's a couple of problems. First of all, the people that want to exercise power are the wrong personality types. So the people that would be attracted to a system where power is vested are not the people we want to have power. And, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what's being touted about is still absolute power. So, Bruce is talking, will power move from the king to the legislature, to the courts, to the administrative state? It might be better for a short period of time, but it's the system itself that is the problem. I couldn't agree with Bruce more. So first of all, I'm volunteering on behalf of either the province of Alberta or the country of Canada, this panel of 3 lawyers, to draft the next constitution. I
think Bruce already did it.
Yeah, because I can't. Oh yeah, no, Bruce Party. So on his Substack, he's already been talking about how we have to reverse the power structure. So instead of the state having all the power and granting exemptions, which we call rights, the power has to be vested in the citizen with exemptions granted to the state. So I think we'd be long on our way. But I'd also point out is the most freest nations in recorded history have been those that have been based on the Christian traditions. So, where we fear God, and where, our laws were based on treat your neighbor like yourself. I mean, literally, Lord Denning, who is my neighbor? Like literally, if we fear God and if we understand that we have a responsibility to treat others like we would treat ourselves, then we end up like. So I think I agree with Bruce and Leighton. We have to vest power in the citizen, but I think also we have to understand that government just devoid of any moral compass is. It's an interesting place. And I know Bruce is going to say yes, but we can't dictate what people believe. So, we'll have an interesting discussion when the three of us sit down to draft the Constitution.
Any rebuttal to that, Bruce, or are we going to the?
No, let's rumble.
So my final question, and then I'll go into the audience and take your questions. So this is what is actually a question that came to my heart, speaking about history books. In 100 years, what will the history books write about the actions that the people, and that's you guys, in 100 years, what will the history books write about the actions that the people took in the summer of 2026?
I think it depends upon what the history books are allowed to write in 100 years. I mean, that very much depends upon how things go, right? If things go badly, you will get an official version of things in 100 years, and you won't have any clue what actually happened.
But I assure you, the official version will glorify what happened. But I think what Teresa means by the question is truthfully what would happen. And, we're in an inflection point. And I am so excited and optimistic because, what happens is we're in an information war. We are in an information war, and we're in a war with the administrative state. Bruce said COVID they actually managed to get control over everything for a short period of time. But everyone was surprised. Most of us didn't understand we were in an administrative state. Most of us didn't understand that we're in an information war with those that want pan-nationalism, which is a taxation without representation in its full force, where basically all of our important policies are being dictated by people that we don't elect and aren't accountable to us in any way. Well, we didn't know this. And, in most wars, when the attack happens, like you're rolled over, my favorite, and it takes you a while to hold the line. Like when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, they'd be going hundreds of miles a day. My favorite is in the Korean War, like no word of a lie, the US and South Korean soldiers, at one point, they could look over their shoulder and go, that's the ocean. Like they literally had been pushed almost to the very end, and then they held the line and they started pushing back. I think that's where we are. Like once they pulled the COVID trigger, they had to go for broke. Like I knew that. Like, okay, you pulled that trigger, you now have to go for broke, where you institute the full control grid. And the question is, are they going to get there? And I don't think they are. Because it now has to accelerate. And so we're seeing it on every angle. And I believe what's going to happen is people are it's like the emperor has no clothes moment. Like what? Really? Just wait. You're going to institutionalize racist property ownership in Canada? No, that's not going to work. So even if they brought it in, we're going to go, no, we can't live this way. And so I think that, that vision that's been for Canada, for us to be a nation of refuge and a land of freedom, is going to be brought about. So I'm optimistic.
In terms of writing history, if you're familiar with someone named Yuval Harari, he's a cretin of a man, but you should read his book. It's called Homo Deus. And his vision is that we won't be writing history because we'll have an AI that knows all, sees all, and controls all, and it will be writing all of our history for us. And then there's people like Ray Kurzweil, who's developing all the AI technology for Google, and that's essentially what they want to do. Is they want to create a god, they want to make a god of AI that's going to run everything the way that they like it. But in terms of writing history, Churchill said something along the lines of "To the victor go the spoils." That is, if you win, you get to write history, and so essentially we have to win.
Teresa's going to be wandering down, and one lady brought a question up. You'll just have to flag her, and she'll let you ask the question. So she's just out there with the mic to see if anyone has any questions.
If we could just have questions rather than statements, because the questions help everyone. Thank you.
First, my personal pledge, gentlemen, I do believe that Alberta will prevail, and when it does, I will be leading the charge to have statues made of you three and to have school children sing songs in your honor, all right? So, and Teresa, of course. I'm so sorry. All right, here's the question. I do love talking to forever Canadians. Is it fair and reasonable of me to explain that there has never, ever been a check and balance in the Westminster system other than the honor of gentlemen? So if Leighton and I were in the House of Lords and we were both titled men and we had land or something, there would be social consequence if we did not act with honor. And I believe today that that concept has been completely lost, and they've figured out that the system allows them to work with zero honor, so it's not worth protecting. Is that fair? That's the only check and balance.
Well, first of all, I like the sound of Lord Grey. I think if that happened, I would probably donate a cup or something. But no, you raise a great point. I think we have to have conversations with people. This is one of the things that we're losing, is the ability to have discourse. And they're actually trying to legislate out our ability to have, and I don't think you can have a meaningful conversation with somebody unless you can risk offending them, or at least offending one of their ideas. But it is possible to be hard on a problem and not hard on the person you're talking to. We've kind of lost the sense of how to do that. So I think the more that we can do that microcosmically in our own circles, really that's how you really disseminate free speech. That's really what free speech is. You don't have to necessarily agree with somebody else. Bruce and I don't agree on everything. We agree on a lot of things, but we can have a civil conversation where it doesn't turn into ad hominem attacks. So I think I would encourage people to have conversations with their neighbors. And it might be you might say something like, well, you should support Alberta independence because it might very well be the only salvation and path forward for Canada. That could be the actual path. I know my good friend Grant Abraham, that's what he thinks. That's why he supports Alberta independence. He thinks it could be the salvation for our nation. That we're going to set an example for the rest to follow. So, I mean, have those kinds of conversations. Conversations of persuasion, is what I'm saying.
And to your honor question, I think the answer is yes. So the rule of law as a concept relies upon the honorable self-restraint of people with power. It's not really a judicially enforceable idea. You are relying upon politicians and bureaucrats and judges to restrain themselves to the areas that they're supposed to have control within. And when you get to the place we're at now, where that kind of honor has been discarded, the people in power don't believe in the rule of law anymore because it gets in the way of their managerial mandate. So it's been just tossed aside. They would never admit to that, but the honor of self-restraint is gone. And so we are now in not a rule of law, but rule by law kind of situation.
I think also your question raises a problem with the Westminster system trying to be replicated in Canada, because the reality is in the United Kingdom, starting a clearer point was the Magna Carta, where the king was forced to concede vis-a-vis the nobility that there would be rule of law between those two. And, the House of Lords there was landowners, and in many ways it acted as a sober second, kind of a check on the House of Commons. Well, they imposed that on us. The Senate was meant to be kind of equivalent to the House of Lords, which is why in our Constitution there's a land ownership requirement. You had to actually own land of a certain value to be eligible for the Senate. But the problem is the Prime Minister gets to appoint who is in the Senate, and we've evolved to the place where senators, it's a party system in the Senate. So Liberal senators vote according to the Liberal Party in the House of Commons, and Conservative senators vote according to, Conservative in the House of Commons. So it's not a body of second sober thought. It's become a party system. So, aside from the fact that the Westminster system is awful and, the power structure is the opposite, I so agree with what Bruce says, but it just so doesn't work in Canada that, really it's an expense with no meaning. It was meant to operate kind of like the House of Lords, but it's become a party system. So if we were to retain the Senate, I so agree with let's elect senators and we can't have a party system, but I think the whole system's broken. And can I just say there's something else, I don't know why I thought of it, but I just wanted to strengthen, what I think Bruce had raised the issue about, this referendum, right? So there'll be people watching from other parts of the country that won't understand the problem that's been illustrated in Alberta. So in Alberta, there is a piece of legislation that says that if 10% of an amount equal to 10% of the population that voted in the last provincial election, signs and it's documented a referendum question, that the province has to have the referendum. And so on the issue of separation, I think one of the gentlemen indicated there was 700,000 signatures, well above that 10% threshold. I mean, we have 4 million people in Alberta, so 700,000 signing a petition saying we want a referendum on something is a significant hurdle. And also it was tough to get that because, somebody shows up with a driver's license and they're rural and they have a box number. That wasn't enough. You had to verify their address. So it was onerous to get to that threshold. And then what happened is some, and again, we're maybe talking about 3% of the population, the indigenous bands, they go to court seeking an injunction. We basically had the court saying that, well, even holding the question will violate Section 35 of our Constitution Act of 1982. Well, this is a constitutional crisis because, so do you mean a province like Quebec or a province like Alberta has no self-determination? You could literally have 95% of the population saying we want to go in this direction and 5% has a permanent veto on self-determination. I call that a constitutional crisis, even within the terms that Bruce said, where it's acting within the Constitution, because we have no self-determination is basically what the court said, is we have a permanent veto if a certain percent, and if within this constitutional structure and the federal government is actively promoting where, no, we're going to give permanent, based on race, to 5% of the population these special property rights as we march towards communism and nobody can actually own property, including Aboriginals, because their rights collective, not individual. Well, why would you give that up? Why wouldn't you say, no, I want to live in a country with these special rights? But it's a crisis of self-determination. So we find ourselves in a world where people within a province have no right to decide whether they want to remain in a nation or not. That's just interesting to know. Whether you agree with that or not, at least we know that's the case.
Well, the other issue that you should keep in mind in terms of the referendum is that the referendum is not an end in itself because of what Bruce said about where the power is we really can't have any confidence that Danielle Smith and her government or Mr. Carney's government will do anything with that referendum result. Remember, we had a referendum 5 years ago in this province on equalization, which was sort of a referendum on independence, if you think about it, and 62% of Albertans voted in favor of it. And so far, Mr. Kenney and Danielle Smith have done absolutely nothing with that. So it's entirely conceivable we would get a referendum where 62% of Albertans vote in favor of independence, but that doesn't result in independence.
And let me just add, in case anybody's not aware, that in December, in Bill 14, the last section of that act amended the Referendum Act to say the following thing. If the government holds a constitutional referendum, which is what this is, that is otherwise binding, then, and I'm going to paraphrase here just not to get into the legalese, but if it is an independence referendum, then that referendum, which is otherwise binding, the government is not obliged to carry out. That's section 4.3 of the Referendum Act, I think.
And in some provinces, like let's use Saskatchewan as an example, they don't even have this referendum act. So I mean, the province is free because they can do whatever they want. They could even repeal that act, so we don't, in Alberta, Albertans wouldn't even have the opportunity to bring the referendum, which is just interesting. So how do you have self-determination? How does, a large movement of people in any province that want to leave Canada for whatever reasons, get down that road? Like, we're learning we really don't have self-determination. And if you had an Alberta government that did push for it and said we are going to, is the federal government going to bring in UN troops to then enforce the UN treaties like UNDRIP and use Section 35 of the Constitution to say you can't separate? You see how we're in a constitutional crisis. So basically they're saying, no, we get to impose Aboriginal title on you because you're in this constitutional box. It's very interesting. And I say no, we just say no. We just say it's 2026, there's 40 million of us. We're not going to have a racist country. We're not going to put up with becoming a communist country. We are going to have a free and prosperous nation. We should be the most free, we should be so prosperous it's crazy. And we're tired of being beaten down.
We have a question on One Health.
Hi, my name is Darcy. Thank you, first of all, thank you for taking the time out of your day to come and do this presentation. It's fantastic, you and your team. Thank you. My question is, and Sean, you kind of tipped us off that the One Health policies that are hugely onerous on me as a farmer. I see the trap being set over the many years of legislation and rules. How do we stand up against this type of thing?
So I love that question because I'd said earlier, we're with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and our mandate is to protect health rights and, with particular emphasis on access to natural health products, which really, we're on the outer edge of that, except that we need, the first part of natural health is nutrition. And that is food that's healthy. And I don't want to eat corporate farm food where the feed and everything is dictated and when they're vaccinated up the yin-yang because we're getting put into this control box. I want to eat from animals that aren't registered with the federal government and the provincial government. I mean, that's just what I want. I want raw milk from cows that aren't vaccinated. But it's illegal. It's illegal for me to have that in Canada. Actually, the government has taken, because the flip side is we're losing the right to have meat that isn't, totally drugged and unvaccinated as the government takes this control. And it's just the first round. This is called rent seeking. This is what economists call it. So always for our safety, in different areas, the government basically imposes ever stricter regulations and they push the small guy out. And they start imposing fees on the survivors to pay for the government bureaucracy, and the government loves it because they get another bureaucracy, and the industry loves it because it creates a quasi-monopoly. So we already have that in our abattoirs, our big meat packing plants. We have quasi-monopolies because the government got rid of the competition. And where are the animal rights activists? I mean, it still breaks my heart. My wife and I are in Valemount some years ago. It's like 40 below. It's like 40 below. Like, I'm leaving the car running to gas up the car, and there is a trailer load of pigs, likely going to Vancouver, probably from Alberta. And those pigs are crying because they're freezing to death. They are crying, and for sure many of them died on the trip. And how in God's name can we be treating animals that way so that we've got consolidated? Like, we haven't even talked about animal welfare, right? So how do we... So we're holding these events, and we're in Onaway to try to get farmers, rural people, because if the first step one is letting people know that they're losing their ownership through this. So, but we've got to create an army. So we need this shared with everyone. Like, we're a public face. But we don't have the time to, like, this is going to be posted on the nhppa.org site. We don't have time to be sending it out to your network, and we don't know your network. And, though your network, you could be saying, like, listen, you're a farmer, you got to share this with other farmers. Like, it's only if you tell others to tell others that this is going to happen. But what do you mean, what can you do?
He's just asking, what can we do?
Well, so here's the thing is, like, we're watchmen up here, and our job is to stand on the tower and tell you the danger's coming. So I think, like, honestly, I'm telling everyone, you watch the movie Gandhi, I think we need peaceful civil disobedience in large numbers, and that's going to be the farmers organizing, that's going to be other groups organizing. But your children are going to be in a communist state, and your grandchildren may not exist because communist states always lead to mass death. So we're at an inflection point, and I would say, all Christians, you get on your knees now, and you repent and you get back to God, because it's a promise, it's not a may. If his people will get on their knees and pray, that he'll heal their land. And I think we're all going to be shocked, but we've got something to go through first. I mean, shocked for the good. But we've got something to go through first. And so first is feeling that I feel urgency in your, what can I do? But my gosh, I hardly hear anyone saying, what can we do? Meaning, I want to do something, tell me what to do. I don't know what that answer is, but your passion is already the answer, and we need to infect it in others, and then collectively figure out what to do. But it's paying the price through civil disobedience.
Thank you.
Peaceful.
So,
we get nowhere unless it's peaceful. And that's why I'm saying watch Gandhi.
Watch Gandhi.
You get nowhere unless it's peaceful.
Right, farmers on tractors in Holland, for example.
Watch Gandhi. That really it. Like, watch Gandhi. That's your homework for this weekend. We have a question regarding the CFIA and our friends there.
My name is Merv Johnson, and my question is kind of two questions, I guess. With the sign of power that the government CFIA has shown with the killing of the ostriches and the killing of the elks here in Alberta, right here close to Edmonton, first of all, the media is trying not to let too many people hear about it. And if anybody tries to go against it, they're, being penalized. And the question is like, okay, so are we so scared to not stand up for our rights because we're going to bring, the government to look at us as, oh, we have to penalize that person to keep him quiet, And there's also the other rumor that the government has bought a bunch of land for bulk or cull of animals where they're going to kill a whole bunch. And I'm just wondering if there's any truth to that.
So, Health of Animals Act and Canadian Food Inspection Agency, I mean, it's part of the problem is they've taken control of our food supply. So, you know, the ostriches, one thing that was encouraging, and even you asking that question, is people, a lot of people do know, and internationally they know, because people were watching and people were standing up. You know, there was another story before the ostriches. So in Ontario, there was a rancher named Montana Jones who had the largest flock of rare Shropshire sheep in Canada. And under their, you know, Scrapie program, it's a bit of a long story, but she became a scapegoat where the Canadian Food Inspection Agency wanted to slaughter her herd under the Scrapie program so that they could dead test them. Now, they had live tested them, and these sheep did not test positive for Scrapie. And if you live test, you know, every couple of months over maybe a year and a half, that's as robust as dead testing. And she said, and Rare Breeds Canada said, and Rare Breeds International said, if you slaughter this flock, this type of sheep is going to become extinct in the world. So just quarantine them and keep live testing them until you're satisfied. But let's preserve this line of sheep. And the CFIA said no. They said, we're coming on this date to load your sleep and slaughter them. And a bunch of farmers were upset. And they're at a meeting in Ontario, and they're saying, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. And then a farmer named Michael Schmidt stood up and said, what do you mean there's nothing you can do? We can do whatever we want to do, regardless of the cost. And they decided, they formed the Farmers Peace Corps. And the night before the Canadian Food Inspection Agency showed up, they sheep-napped the sheep. And thank goodness it wasn't goats, because kidnapping is very serious in Canada. And like, I don't know, it was 6 or 8 months. They had, you know, for a while they had helicopters all over the place, and they couldn't find the sheep. And then finally they found the sheep, and they slaughtered them, and they didn't have Scrapie, and now they're going to become extinct. But if every time the Canadian Food Inspection Agency got involved, the farmer said, regardless of the cost, because they could only name 3 of them, right? Like one snitched on the other 3, oh, you're not getting charged because you snitched. And the other 3 stood up in court to face charges. Now, eventually the charges got dropped because it took them too long. But they were willing to go to jail if necessary to say, we're not putting up with this anymore. And that's peaceful civil disobedience. That's not violence. That's farmers standing up. And most of them didn't get named, right? But those that did were willing, and they're proud to this day. Like, it was onerous. I was counsel for 2 of them. I mean, we were probably in court, if you added it up, for 3 months fighting this. And but that's what it's going to take. It's going to take the Farmers Peace Corps every single time the Canadian Food Inspection Agency wants to slaughter animals. We have to start saying no. We have to make it difficult peacefully so that because they don't like the pushback. And we have to let the world know, because you're never going to get, elk, you're never going to get rid of chronic wasting disease because it's in the wild. And we don't even know, in their programs, they can't measure that it makes any difference. We just have to start saying, no, you don't have control. It's got to be peace back, and on every front.
We have one more comment here. And then we'll take one more question.
So I just want to talk as a little bit more of an insider, just because my husband's in government right now. So my name is Barb Van Dyken, and Glenn is the MLA for Athabasca Barhead Westlock. And so I'll just tell you, he's been in government since 2015, and we knew nothing about this, and now we know all about this stuff. And it's been a rough road, but I would say that Danielle Smith, my husband has great respect for her, but I think she's just not willing to pay the price. And I think she's got a gun to her head, and I think she's being told what to do on some of these things. And Glenn is one of the few that has a backbone, and there are a number of really good, honorable Christian men and women that are pushing back, that are speaking up. They are few and far between, but I think what our way forward here is, yes, we do need to be on our knees. We need to pray because actually God's on our side, and He's way more powerful than anybody else. So we're gonna go through this process, and it's gonna be painful and hard and difficult. And some of us are gonna have to lay down our lives. We're gonna have to pay the price. And whether it means time in jail or maybe somebody gets shot, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But we got to get to the point where we're willing to pay the price. And so I think non-compliance, we got to start saying no.
I just want to personally acknowledge that this woman is now the bravest one in the room. That's what standing up says. That's what it looks like when you use your first and last name and your husband's an MLA.
And let's pray for our leaders.
And let's pray for, do you have a question? And final question.
So I grew up in Alberta, or just in Barhead. Spent about 20 years in Toronto, moved back once, actually when Trudeau was voted in. So I'm just wondering, so when we had the convoy, it was amazing because the West didn't know how the East felt and vice versa. But all of a sudden, it seemed like every Canadian woke up and found out, oh my gosh, we're all on the same side, right? So I'm just kind of wondering, do you believe, first, the Alto project, could that be an eye-opener for Ontarians so that they start to understand what Alberta is going through? And because I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, but that they've passed legislation to start expropriating land from Ontario farmers?
And just so people understand, Alto, so it's a mass transportation project where they're expecting to take huge tracts of lands, just because many people won't understand what Alto is.
Right, and it's a boondoggle to boot. It will involve taking a lot of farmland to build this high-speed rail, or at least that's the claim. I think the convoy was very important in so many ways. But there's also a danger that we live inside our bubbles. A lot of people east and west, because of the convoy, made connection like you're describing. But it wasn't all Canadians by any means. And the vast majority, I'm just guessing now, but I would suspect the vast majority of Ontarians on that issue would have been unmoved. And many of them were actually very much opposed to the convoy. And although the mainstream legacy media is now featuring some stories about Alberta independence, I don't think that it has hit the, I don't think it has registered in the mainstream consciousness of Ontarians in their daily lives yet. It's not a pressing issue on the political agenda there. I wouldn't read too much into any of that. For now, Albertans, I think, are on their own.
And David has one question from the chat. He's going to wrap her up here with the final question.
Yeah, this question's been paraphrased from our many online chatters. If you were given the opportunity, what sort of state would you create and what sort of framework would you put into place to avoid these problems infecting our current system?
That is a great question. I love that question. I've written a constitution for an independent Alberta. If you want to have a look at it, it's published in the C2C journal. It goes like this. The constitution that we have and the other ones that we're aware of are based upon a premise. And the premise is this, that the state is all powerful It has unlimited subject matter jurisdiction. And again, when I say the state, I mean all the bits, provinces and feds, bureaucracies, legislatures, and courts, all powerful. And then what we do in the Canadian Charter is we say, all powerful except. And the exceptions, or at least the claimed exceptions, are, for example, our charter rights. Yeah? You can do anything you want. If you're a legislature, you can legislate anything you want. You can legislate property away. You can take people's livelihoods away, except, and here are the charter rights. And then we give the courts the job of interpreting and applying those charter rights. Now, what I'm suggesting as an alternative is to flip that default. You reverse the polarity. What I mean is this. You start with this premise. Your state is powerless. It can do nothing except. And now we can have a conversation about what the exceptions are. Because there are a couple of things you want the state to do. Okay? You want them to keep the peace, to resolve disputes, and protect the country. And for my money, that is about it. But if you had that design in the Constitution, along with a whole bunch of other things that would make application of that structure a likelihood. But if you had started with that architecture, then you would have a completely different premise. The premise right now is that governments have the mandate to provide for the general welfare, the common good, the public interest. As long as they have that, they can essentially do anything they want. They cannot have the mandate to look out for the general welfare. If you make them powerless instead, and then list the specific exceptions, then you got a shot.
I agree with what Bruce says, but I would approach it from a different perspective. Actually, the Old Testament has a prescription for a proper state, and the one constitution that followed it to a large degree is the United States, and it's based upon, to sum it up, distill it down, this principle of a limited government that Bruce is talking about. And I'll give you an example of how this is supposed to work. There's a French guy named Alexis de Tocqueville, who was from France, where there was, in that period, there was under French monarchy. He visited the United States in the early part of the 19th century, and he was amazed at the absence of government. So when he went to a town and he saw a fire department, it was a volunteer fire department. There was no child welfare or daycares because the community was looking after those things. There was no state-run hospital. It was a community hospital. And community organizations like churches and community leagues and things like that were doing all the things themselves that we now rely on government to do. And we have to understand this synthesis that Bruce is talking about. Every little bit of control we give up to the government, we don't get back, and that's the loss of our control. So there's a tension there between freedom and responsibility. And I think what I would say is a model of government that has a limited government, as Bruce describes. That's one way to certainly to accomplish it. I also think that we have to have a set of shared values, not necessarily enforce them, but some understanding of what our values are as a society. And that might be enunciated in a Bill of Rights, for example. But I mean, without that, we're going to have a serious problem in terms of making laws. Aquinas famously said that what law is, it's an ordinance of reason for the common good that is communicated to people so we know what it is. I think that's a pretty good definition of what the law ought to be. But as Bruce often says, and he's right, what we expect the law to be, what we think it is not what it is right now in Canada. And so we need to construct a state that makes laws that make sense, that accord with common sense. Because what we're living through, arguably, is the death of common sense. And we need to restore that to our government.
So Leighton got me thinking about how, so here where, there was child welfare, there were hospitals, stuff like that, self-organized. That was a different culture, and we've kind of abrogated our responsibility to the state, our responsibility to love each other and take care of each other. You know, I'm amazed at there's a section of the Bible on judgment. Most people like fire and brimstone. Oh, you did this, you did that. But actually, it's about what you didn't do. So there's a section of the Bible where, you know, it says at the end, you know, everyone's going to be standing in front of Christ the judge, and we're going to be separated into sheep and goats, and he's going to judge us. Now listen on how we're judged not on anything we did. So not you committed, you know, murder and you stole and, you know, you lied. It's what we didn't do to love each other. And the point I'm trying to make here when I share this story is you know, that second commandment, we have a responsibility to love each other. And when we abrogate that to the state or the state takes it, we lose that culture and that sense of responsibility towards each other. And then we have a different society, a much colder society. So, you know, so on this judgment model about what we didn't do to love people, it's like Christ turns to the goats and he says, you know, when I was sick, you didn't care for me. When I was a stranger, you didn't take me in. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. When I was in prison, you didn't visit me. When I was hungry, you didn't feed me. And the goats say, well, like, Lord, you know, you weren't here. When did we not do this to you? And he says, well, when you didn't do it to the least of these. And then, you know, to say positively to the sheep, he says, when I was sick, you took care of me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was, you know, a prisoner, you visited me. It's so the point that he was making there was that we need to be judged on what we don't do, not on what we do. And our second biggest responsibility is to care for each other. And in the society we're in now, that responsibility has been taken away. So we no longer have awareness. We no longer actually even look around us to see if we should be taking responsibility in a loving way, like helping somebody out, right? So what I like about what Bruce and Leighton has said is do you understand it would lead to a different type of culture? But, you know, the question, so I agree absolutely with what both of them said. There's some things that are totally unresolved. So, you know, I look at how we've structured ourselves, and one of the big control mechanisms is debt. And, you know, we do need to have property ownership, but does that mean somebody like Elon Musk can have more than some countries and the power that yields? So, I mean, I'm kind of like Leighton as I kind of look at the Old Testament. They had a debt jubilee every 7 years. And property would revert back to like a lower level that had been parceled out before. I don't know what those answers are. I know I had bounced this off Bruce about 4 months ago, and he said, what about this, what about this, what about this? And I don't have answers. But I know that when we get to that point, because we're going to get to the point where we have the opportunity to restructure in a different way, that the answers will be there.
There is a danger, though, and that's this. One thing we're trying to get away from is the idea of planning, central planning, expertise planning, like, oh, what do we want to see? And how do we design it? How do we manipulate things so we get there? And there's a great inclination when you're thinking about a new constitution to do the same thing, like, what kind of society do we want to achieve? What's the goal? And then how do we design the Constitution so that we make sure we get to the goal? Right? We're just repeating the same thing again. Don't do that. Don't plan. Don't design with the intent of getting to your objective. Now you're social engineering, just like they are. Instead, identify what your principles and premises are. Are you free people? And if you are, what does that mean? Define it. And then once you've defined it, that's the rule in the Constitution. That's the principle. And then once you've got that, then let the thing run. And the culture that you get is the culture that you get when everybody is free. Don't worry right now what that is, because who knows? Your job is not to design the outcome. The job is to understand and identify what the premises of your civilization are.
Amen to that. And think of this. You probably heard about something called the Alberta Transitional Council. Now, these are people who say to the grassroots people who built the referendum and got things this far, okay, kids, it's time for the adults to take over. So their answer is they're going to impanel a group of experts whom they have chosen, who are going to do exactly what Bruce is just saying. They're going to design everything. So when you see, that Alberta Transitional Council, that's what you're looking at. And that's the biggest danger, in my opinion, to Alberta independence. That's what will destroy it. If it loses its grassroots essence, which I think is aimed at reducing the power of government. That's the secret sauce in Alberta independence. If we lose that, then we've lost everything, in my opinion.
I would just suggest that in addition to watching Gandhi this weekend, everyone should pick up a book called Animal Farm and maybe give that a quick read. And that may flow quite nicely from what Leighton just spoke of. So are there any other comments? Final comments, Leighton?
No, I just want to, there's a gentleman who has his hand up there. Yeah.
So the question is regarding data centers, and that's a whole other rabbit hole.
There is a huge one going up in the Grand Prairie region. A lot of people there are up in arms about it. They're concerned about it because it has a lot of different impacts, especially environmentally. These things take enormous amounts of power, I understand, use a lot of fresh water. But I'm not someone who fears technology. I look at technology, a lot of technology is perspective. You take AI, a lot of people are afraid of it, but that's a programmable technology. And I look at something like AI and I think, wow, what could we do with that if we actually programmed AI in a way where it was beneficial to society? We have the ability to do these things, and all aspects of technology have that ability. So it's a matter of perspective. We can be afraid of technology. That's not going to stop it from coming. And these AI data centers, I think you're quite right, though, sir. I think we, as members of the public, as voters, I think we have to demand more detailed information about what these things are going to mean for communities. Alberta, I know, is a place that's coveted for these data centers because they require a lot of land and a lot of resources, and we have kind of an abundance of that in Alberta, in case you haven't noticed.
Final thoughts, Bruce?
Just to thank everyone for coming. It was very great to see you all here. I'd like to thank Teresa and Sean for putting this together and for inviting me to participate. It was really, really great to be here. And thanks to our tech guys for holding it all together. Amen.
So we're going to have final thoughts from Sean.
Right, and then Teresa gets to close. So I really enjoyed that comment about, what do we do? Because there was passion. And I really enjoyed you sharing that your husband's an MLA and that people are waking up. I've been lecturing for years. Bruce and Leighton have been lecturing for years. And there's almost some like freedom group exhaustion and stuff like that. And understand that we kind of expect what comes next to be the same as what's already been. And that's not what's happening right now. What's happening is the pendulum stopped. Like it's gonna, they pulled the trigger, they got to try and do all of this, but I'm not expecting that the path is going to continue. I'm expecting that Canada actually, we're going to end up as the freest nation on the world and the envy of the world because of meetings like this and because people like you realize you can't go on anymore. Like, it's so clear you're going to lose your property rights. It's so clear we're going to become, well, once it's clear, you can't just go to your kid's soccer practice. You can't just go and do your chores. Something's got to give. And so I think we're at the beginning of creating that resistance that's necessary to do it. What that looks like, I don't know, because I think the three of us up here, we're just the watchmen to say this is coming. And once you accept that the army's there coming for you. You decide how to solve it. And there'll be different leaders, and there'll be different people, and there'll be different groups. But I'm confident that, as has been said by some people, I'm not confident. I know God's in control. I know that there's a plan. And I know that we're all part of it, and that we're all here in this room because we're part of it. So I'm excited. So those are my final words. Teresa just reminded me that there's something else that we just got involved with that we need prayer for and we need people to be aware of is that's the Allison inquiry. So MP Dean Allison has decided, he made a decision, whether I get kicked out of the party, whether the media roasts me, whatever, I'm going to formally listen to just vaccine-injured persons share their stories. And Teresa and I have gotten involved with helping him with that. It's not a Conservative Party thing, it's not a government thing, but it's happening on Parliament Hill in a committee room, in a formal setting. And what we learned was, and we learned two things, and one of them is very important for this discussion. So that's the second thing. The first thing we learned is that MPs don't feel that they have permission to formally listen to vaccine-injured persons tell their story, because that means they are publicly agreeing that the vaccine caused injuries. And that's changing because of this inquiry. Like, MPs have been coming to Dean, how did you get permission to do this? Well, he didn't, he's just doing it. But he didn't get kicked out of the party, he got blessed. It's like, no, this is fine, you do this, and any other Conservative MP is able to draw alongside if they choose. So it's really like a free thing. But they didn't feel that they had permission to talk. And even just the announcement, like Teresa was showing me the stats, it's only been like 3 weeks. Dean Allison, who has a small social media profile, has had 34 million impressions on this topic. And people are reporting back to him, and other MPs are reporting that people are calling them saying, I'm injured, could it be from the vaccine? See, so there's a whole subset of Canadians, like, we live in a bubble. You assume everyone knows what you know. There's a whole large group of Canadians that even the idea that their injury, because they know they're injured or people around them are injured, even the idea that their injury could be caused by a vaccine is new. So this is breakthrough. The other thing that we learned is that MPs actually don't know any of this themselves. Like, I can go to a Freedom Group meeting and talk, PCR tests, reporting cases, with COVID as died of COVID. Like, we could just go through this list of 100 things. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. MPs don't know any of it. Like, maybe 3 MPs in Parliament know this stuff. So the fact that they don't is a real eye-opener to me of how much of a bubble we're in. But again, this is that bubble's bursting, and we're going to be able to have that conversation. And it's part of, this awakening that's being put on us. The land rights is part of it. The censorship's part of it. The COVID experience is part of it. And we're all in this together, but we have to understand different people have different knowledge, and they have knowledge you don't have. So we all have to understand we've been in a bubble, and we need to get out of our bubble, start looking at it from a different perspective, and just start working together. Because, like it or not, there's 40 million of us. We're all in the same boat. We're all in this together. We have the same institutions. We have the same need to change how things are going forward, but we live in different bubbles. So I think it's really freeing for me to understand I'm in a bubble, and there are people that aren't in my bubble, and that's going to help me move forward and have a different perspective.
Can I just quickly comment on this? I just did a deep dive for my show into the gang rape inquiry report in Great Britain. You've heard about this? So this is an analogous situation to what's happening with the Allison inquiry, in that 20,000 people in Britain dipped into their own wallets to fund this inquiry. The government refused to do it. And when you read the report, you understand why. Because it was corruption at every single level, a complete institutional failure of young white girls in Great Britain. Well, if you look at what's happening over there right now, since that report came out, Mr. Starmer resigned, and it doesn't look like the government's going to survive. So it just goes to show the Allison inquiry could have a similar impact for Canada.
So we also need to thank Bonnie Tessier, who's been the main organizer of putting this together and has been working tirelessly, and there's other volunteers with her, like right down to the sandwiches and getting the venue. So Bonnie, we just want to thank you, and because it's just, like I know the three of us feel honored to be in Onaway, four of us, sorry, thank you, to be in Onaway and just have the opportunity to do this.
Like being Ringo and the Beatles.
So thank you, Bonnie, and your crew for putting this together. I know there are others, but Bonnie just felt a super need to get this issue out in this area, and Bonnie, we thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you.
And finally, I just want to give a little story, because I'm good at little stories, and then we'll wrap it up for the day. When I was volunteering with Sean with the National Citizens Inquiry, we found ourselves very much like what the gentleman said. What do we do? How do we get this information out? People would come up to us after we left and while we were actually volunteering, and they said, well, this is great. You've got all of this testimony, but what good has it done? And I see heads nodding, and that's okay. I mean, I know what happened. Everyone here on this panel were involved. We know what we experienced. We also understand that God's not done with it yet. But there was some truth there. How do you get this word out? Like everyone in this room here has spent a Saturday with us in Onaway. And you may be asking yourself, yeah, now what? What do I do with this? Where do I go? What's this supposed to look like? When we resigned from the National Citizens Inquiry, Sean had decided to do a cross-country tour with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and he had asked me to help him with the communications. And I was really struggling with whether or not I could do it again. Like, why bother? I'd given 3 years and it didn't quite crack, right? We were close, we had victories, we all know what we experienced there, but it didn't get through. And I was really ruminating about it. And one night, in the middle of the night, I was woken up by a really good friend of mine upstairs. And he said, stop fussing. It's not that complicated. You see, I like to complicate everything. Similar to what, I'm not sure who it was who said, you know, we've been taught that we need to have some sort of plan or instruction manual in order to work forward, move forward. All he said to me was, it's very simple, Teresa. All you have to do is tell people to tell people. It's no longer sufficient to just share this information, take these little clips, take the paper, read it, share it with your safe people, and then throw it in the recycle bin. Those days are done. They're done. Too many Canadians that don't have the information that you may have in your minds are suffering. And they don't know how to get it. But you see, what he said to me, it was the instruction that really mattered. It was not just tell people, it was instruct them to tell someone else. It's exponential math. We go 3 deep, and guess what? We're there. In 24 hours, outside of the echo chamber, Dean Allison had over 1 million views on what would have been a topic there's no way I could have ever dreamed that we could have this conversation. So that's telling people to tell people. And these are the instructions that I give you today that were given to me in the fall. And if we hadn't have gone to the health charter tour, dragging a Volkswagen van across Canada on a trailer, I can't tell you how
On a trailer.
Like it was tough. We would not have met Dean Allison. We would have not sat in his office. Us, you know what? I just don't understand why I can't listen to Canadians. You see, he has a plan. And it's tell people to tell people. And the last point that he wanted me to share with everyone whenever I have a mic is you have now all been put on notice. You're all on notice. We're now all watchmen. So on behalf of the NHPPA, Your Land Series, Mr. Leighton Gray, Mr. Bruce Pardy, Mr. Sean Buckley, and myself, Teresa, I'd like to thank you for attending. Now go tell people to tell people.